Did you all get a chance to see my Ned Flanders fit yesterday? Casey came in here and stole Mrs. Poopy. Miss Poopy was in here sleeping on my desk, and Casey came in and stole her. Was the mustache real? You're about to find out. Oh, you're about to find out. Make room for you on my desk if you want. Sit on my desk. You can take Miss Poopy's spot. Is this song repeating? Is it played once already? Oops. I think it started playing again. I got distracted by cats. Alright. Dip, dip, dibbity doo doo. Dip, dip, dibbity doo doo. Why, hello there. Why, hello there. You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. Welcome to the brain domain. I had ChatGPT write me a script. I was like, write me a Twilight Zone script, except it's for me. Mustache is real, by the way. The mustache is real. What do you think? I said, what the fuck? I have Beavis laying on my desk, and I can't see the buttons on my screen. I can't see he's blocking them. He's too big. Oh no. The size of him. Hello everybody, welcome back. It is Thursday. Happy Friday Eve. It's Friday Eve. I found a great GIF to post in the Discord. One of the things I like to do in the Discord is I like to post these, where's my screen wibbling? Beaver, are you pushing a button? Are you doing something? He was pushing something, it was making the screen wiggle. I like to post these grandma gifs. That's what I like to refer to them as. These are grandma gifs. And I found a great one for today. It's Alf. He's surfing. Oh, Beaver, are you trying to get down from my desk now? Are you done? Okay, come here. Oh, you handsome boy. The kid from Alf just died, not to be a downer. Well, at least he wasn't a kid anymore. Also, Shelley Duvall passed away. You might be asking yourself, why do you have a mustache? You might be asking yourself, Why the mustache? And it's because of this. It's because of this. We put on Simpsons makeup. So I went as Ned Flanders. What the fuck? You never seen The Simpsons? I think I pulled it off. I did the Ned. You know what Ned Flanders looks like? I think I nailed it. So I know what I'm gonna do for Halloween. I'm gonna recycle those because Casey did the Marge look, and originally I was gonna be Homer, but I'm like, you know what? I look more like Ned. And I could just shave my beard into a mustache, and then I just had to go to the thrift store to find a new shirt. You coming back up, Beaver? Come on. He wants to jump back up onto my desk. Come on, dude. Come on. There you go. I'll clear off some space for you. You can take up most of the desk. I don't need very much of it. Just don't push my F keys, please. That's all I ask of you. So, hi dilly ho, neighborinos. My favorite part... I don't remember what I looked like before the stash. Me either. My favorite part was when I went to Arby's. We went to McDonald's and we didn't go to McDonald's. We went to Walmart. And we walked around. And then we went to Arby's. And the guy who was taking my order, he says, "Can I get a name for the order?" And I said, "Ned." And then he goes like this. He did that IRL. He did the ma emote. He did that in real life. He was like, "Of course. Why'd I even ask?" And I gotta say, that manager, he was running that Arby's like the Navy. But no, it was a lot of fun. We went to Walmart. We had a couple people stop us and ask to take a picture of us, or to take their picture with us. And there were a couple people snapping pics that I saw. I saw a couple people with the, they were doing this move. They were doing the move you do when you're trying to like sneakily take a picture, but it's actually super obvious that you're trying to sneak a picture, where they're like, you know what I mean? You know, like, I don't care. Like, please take my picture. Go ahead. Some people are really bothered by it, by either like being on video or having their picture taken. I'm just like, I don't give a shit. I've been around this whole country carrying around a speaker, playing TTS messages and blasting fart sounds. Any sense of shame I felt, any social anxiety I had, is long gone. We went and got some breakfast, and I got a to-go coffee, so I have my First Watch coffee here with me. It's pretty good. let's see. Tilius, thank you for subscribing. Sticky Candy, thank you for the 25 months. I didn't get to ask. Well, to be fair, it does say coffee on the side of the cup today. So it kind of, it's a self-explanatory cup. This cat is sleeping on my desk. He's so cute. I just want to stare at him. I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed with this orange cat. He's my son. My big orange son. My fur son. My fur son. Alrighty, everybody. We're back in it today. It's Thursday. We might go through another presentation today. I don't have any new ones, but I've got some... I've got plenty. You may do this. I'll do the slow scroll. I'll zoom in a little bit. We'll do the slow scroll. If you see something that sticks out to you, I need to expand on them. Like, some of these I need to expand on. Some of these I need to revisit and expand on, because some of these are... Like, I've been doing these presentations since... Wow, my first one was September 2022. So it's almost been 2 years that I've been adding to these presentations. So some of them, you know, the older ones, I've definitely refined my method in the time since. I feel like I've gotten better at writing something that's more digestible and less pedantic. All right. Those are some good choices. These are all like... I would say that those ones are more like positive and oriented on like healing and growth and change, and I like that. Overcoming shame. I think that's one I need to expand on as well. You missed the grooming one? The grooming one was, I felt like that was me doing a public service announcement. This one was for the teenagers who watch my show. Because I do get, you know, we get people who come in and they're like in high school, they're teenagers, and it's like, I feel like as an adult, I feel like we need to do more to teach the kids about the dangers of grooming. So that's what that one was for. That one was for the young guns. Why change is hard. That's a good one. I want to take a look at some of the ones they suggested and see, like, some of these presentations I feel like I'm more proud of than other ones. Let's see, why change is hard. This one's one of the ones I'm pretty proud of. Because I feel like everybody wants to change. Everybody wants to embrace positive change, but it's hard. And it's hard to accept change that is good for us, even. Like, it isn't just because a change is bad that it's difficult, but like any type of change is difficult. Even if it's good change. And I feel like that's something that people don't really talk about enough. We just have this assumption that, oh yeah, just do things that are better for you. Duh, it's easy. Like, why not? It's like... Do you have any good resources about grooming? Not off the top of my head, but there probably are several. See if there's a... Yeah, like they're... You know... Like RIANN is a organization I recognize. So I'd check out some of this stuff if you're interested in learning more. The thing about grooming... My lights might flicker for a second. I need to adjust my settings real quick. There we go. If I don't open this like app that goes to my webcam, my camera gets like really washed out. So I gotta open that. Okay. That look better. I'm late. Did I miss the emotion wheel? No, we were waiting for you. Let me just say, I want to give a shout out to the Brainiacs out there. We've got a lot of representation for the happy campers. A lot of the happy campers are also Brainiacs, so give yourself a round of applause. We bring the positivity. I'm proud of you. I feel like my husband groomed me. He was too old for me when we met. Yeah, probably. And then he also put you into a position where you're financially and emotionally dependent on him, and then you're isolated from other friends and other healthy connections, and he becomes the sole person that you can go to when you need anything. That's pretty common abuser tactics. Can I please tell your boss that this is your mandatory therapy to help you be a happier, more productive employee? Want me to write you a note? We'll write you a note. Amaranth got sexually abused and she didn't realize it. That happens actually to a surprising number of people who survive sexual abuse, is that they find themselves like questioning the validity of their own experience and their own perspective. They're like, well, maybe I did something wrong. Maybe I said something wrong. Maybe I didn't try hard enough or say no enough. It's like, you only have to say no one time. He started beating you again, and he just got out of jail for beating you. I think that he might be a fucking idiot. Just shooting a shot in the dark there, just taking a wild guess. I feel like he might be a complete and utter dumbass and a complete and utter failure of a human being. I take it serious. I do take it serious. I'm a serious guy. When I want to be. So here's the thing. He could give you gifts, but not beat you. That also is an option. He does that so that he can feel better about his own shitty behavior. But no, a lot of people who survive abuse find themselves looking back, and we kind of talked about this yesterday, but I don't know if you were here yesterday. We talked about how when people survive abuse, they find themselves questioning themselves, like, are my memories even real? Maybe I'm the one who's wrong. And it's a way that people survive and cope with, you know, the feelings that they have and the trauma that they have surrounding the abuse that they endured. Okay, yesterday the presentation we did was about surviving narcissistic abuse, so maybe we should do a more positive, upbeat one today. I feel like we should do one that's a little bit more empowering. What do you think? Honestly, I think Why Change is Hard is the one I want to go with. This is my pick. But if you want, we can take it to a vote. Do you want to take it to a vote? I can run a poll. Or does this one sound good? If this one sounds good, I'll do this one. We can always do the other ones another day. They're not going anywhere. Except for one of my presentations mysteriously was erased. This presentation mysteriously vanished. I don't know what happened to it. I tried to revisit it one day. I tried to open it up and go through it. I was like, what? Where'd it go? It disappeared. So that's the only one that I've revisited most of them. And most of them are still here. But for some reason, that one disappeared. I don't know. I may have to rewrite it. I might have to rewrite it someday. Alright, we're going to do Why Change is Hard, but we're going to do that in a little bit. Let's go ahead and check in, see how we're doing. Alright, we got one question in the box already. So if you've got a question, the box isn't that full, so it's a good time to get in there. It's a good time to get in there. We'll get to it right away. But in other words, there we go. Turn my light up a little bit. I need you to do something for me. I need you to look at this cat. What are you licking? Oh, he's licking his paw. I thought he was licking my desk. Sleepy boy. How am I supposed to get any work done with a big orange cat on my desk? How am I supposed to get anything done? This big beaver. He's just so cute. I grew up with orange cats, so it's been far too long since I've had an orange cat in my life. Fell out of a coconut tree. Thank you for the 3 months. Or for the 5 months. For the 5 months. Resubscribed for 3 months at tier 1. Has the price change been implemented yet? Today might be the last day to lock in at that low price. The pork tree is now following? Has the price change gone into effect, or is today the last day? Today might be the last day. It said the prices were going up on the 11th. But I don't know if it's actually in effect yet. Hold on, let me check. Here, let me look. I'll go to my own channel, go to gift a sub. It went up. It happened. $5.99. They did it. I can't believe it. They did it. Why do you have such a nice voice? Vocal training. In reality, my voice actually sounds like this. This is my real voice. I would wish I'd do more. I will. I need to do more guided meditations now that I can. Like, I don't really have a good excuse. Hold on, I want to reread the Twilight Zone intro. Enter the brain domain. You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. Welcome to the brain domain. In this strange and wondrous place, we explore the uncharted territories of the human mind, a realm where thoughts shape reality and emotions forge our deepest truths. Here, the mysteries of psychology unfold before our very eyes. Today, our journey takes us to a place where understanding and empathy reign supreme, a safe haven for those seeking knowledge, solace, and connection. Together, we'll traverse the pathways of mental health, uncovering the secrets that life hides within our psyche. And so, dear traveler, take a seat, open your mind, and prepare to enter the brain domain. Plate and the wings hit me, and the ranch. I started shuffling things around on my desk, and Beavis opened his eyes and looked at me like, "What are you doing? I'm trying to sleep here." Some of my favorite reality shows of all time: Little Women Atlanta and Floribama Shore. One of these days I'm going to do a breakdown of these reality TV shows from a psychological perspective. Let me just say, Floribama Shore is quite the case study. Never even heard of those two? Let me tell you about Floribama Shore real quick. Let me take a moment before we get into the questions to tell you about a show the Floribama Shore. The Floribama Shore. This show was, I don't even know if you could call it a spin-off, but it was put on MTV following the popularity of the Jersey Shore. And this takes place on another shore in the United States, in the Florida Panhandle, where Alabama and Florida connect. Just the amount of it's hard to know even where to begin. It's like, first off, these people were drinking every day. The entire cast was just binge drinking every day. Not only that, but you see signs of a lot of emotional instability, a lot of codependency. One of the cast members has a full-on mental breakdown and has to leave the show. It's totally unhinged. It is absolutely unhinged, and my words aren't doing it justice. But one of these days we'll do a deep dive, and I'll tell you more about it. Reality shows. I watch reality shows from the perspective of a psychologist, and honestly, some of the stuff that they make people do on reality shows for our entertainment are things that would never get board approval to do as an actual psychological experiment because of the risk involved. The potential for psychological harm that exists. Kind of like a Mr. Beast video. Like, if Mr. Beast had to get approval from an academic board to do the things that he does, it would never work. Like, you're not allowed to just lock people in a room and then say, hey, we'll give you a bunch of money if you stay in the room for a really long time. Because one of the things that you aren't allowed to do in a psychological experiment is offer people a bunch of money, because that puts them in a position where they are exposing themselves to psychological harm because they justify it because they're going to get paid. Who is Mr. Beast? The Antichrist. Me at work. Yeah, true. True. The amount of psychological duress that people will go through for the sake of money. But no, Floribama Shore is really interesting because the first season is, you know, it's wild in its own way. You know, everybody's getting drunk. There's a fight like every episode and just a lot of crazy shit happening. But the second season, things really start to ramp up because, you know, they had a little bit more popularity, they had a little bit of money, they weren't just these random people from these backwater towns in the middle of nowhere in like Florida and Alabama. And like two of the guys, it was pretty clear that like they've been juicing. Like they were like clear examples of just like full on like roid rage outbursts. Just like screaming and punching stuff. It's wild. He isn't that bad. I'm halfway joking. I'm halfway joking. There's just something unsettling. I can't quite put my finger on it, but there's just a feeling somewhere deep down in my gut. There's just a feeling I get. I can't quite explain it. I've got no evidence. I've got nothing to go on except for my own gut feeling, which I know isn't that, you know. I'm just not a big fan of people who make people dance for money. Like, oh, you want the money? Dance for it. Let me lock you in a room. I guess I just have a hard time with people who are like, let me lock you in a room for money. Because I know the like isolation can have some lasting effects on your psyche. Anyway. If you have some questions, just go ahead and drop them in that question box. I think I'm about to start getting to them. Oh, but first... Oh, that Korean game show with the guy who was locked up. Oh, that was... Now, you want to go on a psychological deep dive, we could talk about that guy. There was a guy who was locked in a room for a game show, and everything that he... Like, they didn't give him anything. Anything that he needed to survive, he had to win by, like, calling, like, doing, like, sweepstakes and shit. And then it went on for a long time, and, like, it was supposed to end, but then they, like, didn't let it end. They basically kept this guy prisoner for entertainment. It's really messed up. So anyways, how you feeling? wasn't Korean. Was it Japanese? What was it? If you're not sure, say East Asian. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Gold star. I said Korean because someone else said Korean. Speaking to them, not you. Are you alright? You're just coming in a little hot today. You just followed me again 14 minutes ago. We okay? Are we good? Feeling blissful and sentimental today. There you go. This cat is massive. I'm just in awe. I haven't ever had a cat this big. He's so floofy. Oh, God. I'm obsessed with this cat. You miss your big orange boy. You get another big orange boy. I don't feel like I'll ever go without an orange cat again. Whenever I got a big orange cat back in my life, I feel like I reclaimed a part of myself. It's okay, Pork Tree, I love you. There you go. I'll give you another one. Sorry if my mustache tickles. By the way, you didn't even comment on my mustache. New rule, no one's allowed to say anything until you tell me what you think of my mustache. By the way, it's Friday Eve. Happy Thursday, everybody. You love that gif? This is what we do in my Discord, honestly. We post grandma gifs. Like, look at this one. Like, there's some really great ones. Honestly, such a serve. Yeah, this is what we do in my Discord. We the ones that I like the best are the ones that are like just really scuffed with like all this like text overlaid on it and stuff. Let's see if I can find one. Oh, this was a real bumper sticker I saw the other day. Let us pray. Wow, the floor really has come a long way. The room looks so much better. Like this one. Rise and shine. Happy Thursday. God bless. Kirk, Purnell, Karen, Angie, Eddie, and Chris. Net. It's hard to explain why, but these are so funny to me. Hold on, I want to look at this picture again. How does this make you feel? How does it make you feel that the pattern that exists within our universe and the way that galaxies are dispersed is the same pattern that exists within your neural network? Does it make you tingle a little bit? It kind of gives me a little tingle, if I'm being honest. To me, this kind of really does reinforce the truth that we are the universe exploring and understanding itself. Like, we are the way that the universe figures out what it is. Like, this is why consciousness develops, is so that we can figure out what the fuck is going on here. You are your own universe, exactly. There's an infinite universe outside of you, and there's also an infinite universe inside of you, and they mirror one another. It's kind of cool, huh? God, that debate was hard to watch. Vote blue no matter who. I don't know how we found ourselves in this position where I feel like the only person that stands a chance against Donald Trump is a literal mummy. I don't know. I don't know. How did we get here? This is not my beautiful house. This is not my beautiful wife. And the days go by. How am I feeling? I'm feeling good. The sub marathon is going really well. Had a lot of fun yesterday going out in public dressed like a Simpsons character. It was fun to just like see people smiling and see people laughing. Because when you go out, okay, this might be something that you might not realize unless you do actually do some of the crazy shit that we do. But like when you go out in public, like people just feel kind of tense. Like, if you ever feel like you struggle with social anxiety, let me tell you that I see it on most people whenever I go out in public. So I don't want you to feel like social anxiety is just a you problem. It's a problem that most people are dealing with. Like, a lot of people have a hard time, like, even saying hello, like, if you say hi to them. Or if you smile and wave, they'll just pretend that, you know, they didn't see you. But then there were some people who actually did engage with us, and that was cool. It's nice to see that not everybody is terrified of talking to strangers, which is kind of how it feels to go outside these days. Which I guess is why people rely on alcohol and stuff, because it gets you loosened up. Anyway, get those questions in. Get those questions in. We're about to start the show. We're about to start the show. How am I feeling today? I'm in the green-yellow category. I'm in green-yellow. Yellow-green. I feel good. I'm trying to come up with a more specific word. Because good is not a feeling. I will say I feel elated. I feel elated. That's my word of the day. I feel fucked up. Is it on the wheel? I need a new wheel. I need to add fucked up to the wheel. Anywho. Alright, gamers, if you got some questions, get those questions dropped in the box. I've only got one in there for now, so I'm going to take this one, and I'm going to take my time. I'm going to take my time. And what we might end up doing is switching over and going through one of our presentations while we wait for some more questions to trickle in. Let's go ahead and check out this one. My sister, meine Schwester. That's German for my sister. Hi, can you explain the wheel? You know, I will. Sorry, questioner, I'm gonna explain the wheel real quick. The wheel. The reason why we bring out the wheel isn't just because it's kindergarten and we're trying to learn words. The reason why we practice identifying our feelings is because that is how we become more in tune with our feelings. When we become better at identifying how it is we actually feel, we're able to clear up some of the confusion. Sorry I was late. Ooh. We have a rule here. No apologies are allowed, so I have to bonk you for it. Feeling isolated and helpless today? I'm sorry to hear that you're feeling that way. But you're among friends. But no, the reason why we use the wheel is because we want to learn how to become more in tune with how it is that we're feeling. Because at any given point in time, we've probably got a couple different feelings bubbling around inside of us. You know, we might feel good about one thing, we might feel a sense of impending dread about something else, we might feel anxious about something, we might feel angry about a different thing, and it gets foggy and cloudy and it just becomes frustrating because we start to feel disconnected from ourselves. And so that's why we do this, is so that we can become better at identifying how we actually are feeling. Because once we have a clearer understanding of how we are feeling, that gives us a sense of direction so that we can figure out how would we want to feel instead, so that we can start working in that direction. But you gotta know where you're at so that you can know what direction you need to head in to get to where you're trying to go. Feeling isolated, hurt, and depressed? Alright, breathe with me. Inhale suffering. There's a lot of suffering in the world. There's more than enough to go around. And so we're going to inhale it, and we're going to use our bodies to convert it into compassion. We're going to become a compassion machine. We're going to inhale suffering and exhale compassion. Compassion for the world, compassion for ourselves. Compassion for everybody. Everything you don't need, you can let go of. One of the things that I found helpful when it came to dealing with those types of feelings, feeling hurt, isolated, depressed, was sitting down with myself and just being honest with myself and asking myself this question: how long do I need to feel this way? I feel this way right now because there's a part of me that feels like I need to feel this way. There's something I need to figure out, there's something I need to fix or change. And so I feel this way because I'm supposed to feel this way, but for how long? I found it helpful to start putting a time limit on my negative emotions, and it helped me process them and let them go. Like, how long do I need to be sad for? Like, how long do I need to be sad before I get it? Like, I get the point. I get what my sadness is trying to teach me. Sadness is like a wet blanket. You can find some comfort in it, You can get used to it. You can get acclimated. But how long do you want to stay soggy? It feels helpless, but I continue to put myself out there and put on a mask and try. Doesn't feel good to try though, TBH. I want to tell you something, and I hope it blows your mind. I hope it blows your mind, because whenever I had this moment of realization within my life, it blew my mind. Maybe the version of you that does go out and try is the genuine you. Maybe that isn't the mask. Maybe the sadness is the mask. You might not be who you think you are. And that could be a good thing. No, I had this realization within myself. For a long time I felt sad and miserable and lonely, and what I realized is that's not who I really am. That is the mask. That's why it bothers me so much when I feel that way, is because I know that this isn't who I'm meant to be. If you want to know who you really are, try asking your heart. The mind has no answers, and the heart asks no questions. Let the judgments and opinions of the mind be judgments and opinions of the mind, and you exist behind that. It's really time to see through the absurdity of your own predicament. You aren't who you thought you were. You just aren't that person. And in this very lifetime, you can know it. The real work you have to do is in the privacy of your own heart. It's Ram Dass. You love Ram Dass. Ram Dass didn't start figuring that kind of stuff out until he was in his 40s, I think. So for as spiritually awake and enlightened as he seems, it still took him a long time to figure it out himself. So don't fault yourself for not being there yet. You're getting there. Focus not on the pursuit of happiness, but rather the happiness of pursuit. There's a part of you that realizes that you aren't satisfied with where you are, and that it's trying to get you to where you feel like you're supposed to be. And that is worth celebrating. My sister had ACL surgery last week and has been recovering well. She's 17. Damn, that's pretty young to have to go through ACL surgery. She plays sports or something? Some of these injuries these kids will have playing sports, like my little brother used to play soccer and he ended up getting a collapsed lung. Like they be pushing these kids. Like he was around the same age when it happened. Like it's just not really a good mix to have somebody whose body is still like growing and developing and then forcing that, or like having them do like really intense physical exercise. It's like it puts you at a pretty high risk of injuring yourself. Field hockey and lacrosse? Oh. Nice. You go, Sporty Spice. She's 17 and a little spoiled. I could have figured that out just by you telling me she plays field hockey and lacrosse. Like, I could have put that together. Like, find me a 17-year-old who plays field hockey and lacrosse who isn't, like, at least a little bit spoiled. She's used to having it her way and all that good stuff. She can be a little demanding without being in recovery, but I typically try to decipher what she's saying. Ah, yeah, you're trying to speak her language. That's teenagers for you. I've been trying to call her out when she's being rude or getting louder than necessary. We are Italian, so our speaking voice is loud as is. Can I just ask you something? Do you do this much? Or is that an offensive stereotype? Also been doing some brain domain tactical reframing. All right, let's go. I like that you branded it. Thank you. I understand that she's in pain and has FOMO like crazy right now, but I try to remind her it hurts when you're trying to help someone you love and they just kind of yell at you. But just hoping for some tactics or ways of going about helping my sister bring it down a notch and calm down during her recovery. You also killed the karaoke last night. I know at least I was singing along. Well, thank you. Thank you. My upper register was cooked after karaoke last night. Like all those high notes, like I was done. I was cooked. All right, we're adding the Italian hands emotes. Actually, I kind of like this one better. It's called Mamma Mia. going with that one. Mamma mia. One of my favorite dinners that I've had was at my Italian friend's house. His mom made this delicious dinner, and his family was there, and we all yelled the entire time. It was so much fun. Alright, some tactics or ways of going about helping your sister bring it down a notch and calm down during her recovery. Ooh, this is a tricky one because she's a teenager, and sometimes talking to teenagers is hard. If I had an easy, clear way of, like, addressing that, like, the world would be a better place. But sometimes teenagers just don't make sense. Sometimes teenagers are just like, you know, hormonal and easily angry. But, I would just say, try your best to stay calm and to not match her energy. You might be able to help her bring it down a notch by you bringing it down a notch within yourself. And maybe just letting her know that being stressed out is actually slowing down her healing. Her body heals better when it isn't jacked up on cortisol, which is the stress hormone. I don't know, maybe you could talk to her about cortisol. Maybe you could say, hey, did you know that your body produces a hormone when you're stressed called cortisol? And did you know that this actually slows down your body's healing process? So if you just try your best to relax, your body will heal better. But no, one of my go-tos whenever people are upset is I hit them with the, hey. The soft and gentle hey. The compassionate hey. Hey. It's all right. There's no need to be upset. This is the thing about teenagers, is that sometimes you literally have to wait until they grow out of it to be able to, like, talk with them about certain things. Like, some things they'll be able to get, and some things they'll be able to understand and process, but she's still cooking up here. You can tell it works too, right? It's like, you know that she loves you, and you know that she cherishes the relationship she has with you, and there's probably moments where she realizes that she's gone too far or been too angry, but she also probably doesn't have the emotional maturity to actually, like, express that to you. Because I can remember being a teenager, and I can remember the times in which I was angry, and I was just like, I'm going to be angry forever. Because that's just kind of how you think when you're a teenager. You think that the feeling that you're experiencing in that moment is what you're going to experience for the rest of your life. So sometimes teenagers have a hard time looking past the moment that they're in. But we can take advantage of that, and we can just try to put them in a better moment right here, right now. So distraction can be really helpful when you're working with teenagers. See, as adults, we kind of have the opposite problem. We kind of have a hard time being in the moment. Teenagers have a hard time not being in the moment. Even your dad has thanked me after an argument for staying so calm. You know how much I would love it if somebody came in and they're just like, my whole family loves your show. You might recognize that, but doesn't say it. Right? It's like sometimes when it comes to dealing with teenagers, you just have to give them some you just have to be patient with them. It's like they might not realize yet just how they make you feel with their emotionality. That doesn't mean that they, are happy with what they've done. It's just they're still cooking and they just have a hard time being like, "Hey, I'm sorry I yelled at you. I was out of line." I know some people who never stopped acting like teenagers. True. 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 If we hit our sub goal today, we'll do more karaoke. How about it? I'll sing you a song. How do I learn to not feel bad when people find out I work a job such as at a grocery store or a gas station? People I went to school with who got their big degrees for real jobs can come anytime and see me there and ask what I'm doing in life, and I have to go, "Oh, I just work," and they give me this confused look I can't describe properly. I feel so behind, and I feel like I give them an ego boost when they see me. It feels so bad. It makes me super sad. Alright, let me just say this. I need to remind everybody, I need to make this clear. All jobs are valid. If you're going out there and you're working so that you can make money to survive in a capitalistic system, you are valid. Except landlord. I wouldn't classify that as a job, though. I don't know, because I don't know about you, but the landlords that I've had in life, they didn't do shit. They didn't do shit. Like, I rented a house once, and I had to do more repairs around that place than the landlord ever did. Or the landlord would drop the stuff off to fix the problem at the house so that I could do it. And then he would go work his day job at a bank. Like, the landlord had a tree cut down in the backyard once, and then they left it for me to, like, chop up the wood and dispose of all of this lumber. Like, I had to do that. I'm like, okay. I didn't mind it. I had fun. I like chopping wood. I don't have a problem, but I just think it's kind of like, okay, all right. No, questioner. You do have a real job. You do have a real job. All jobs are real jobs. Except for maybe like some middle management jobs where all you do is like go to meetings and pass around emails and you don't actually really do anything. Those jobs aren't really necessary. They're kind of like corporate welfare. Remember this: you don't live to work, you work to live. And so when people ask you what you're doing in life, you don't have to talk to them about your career. You don't have to talk to them about what you do for money. What you do for money is just how you survive. And to be honest, a person's job is, in my opinion, one of the least interesting things about them. Like, I would rather learn about your hobbies or your interests or your dreams or your aspirations or your pets, you know? It's okay to let go of these comparisons that you are making between you and them. The only person you need to compare yourself to is yourself. And if they need an ego boost by looking at somebody who works a job that they feel is beneath them, it's like, if they need that for an ego boost, they must be pretty miserable in their life. Like, I just went to Costco. I just went to Costco today, and there are 3 people that work there, at least, that I went to high school with. There's nothing wrong with that. So I think the question that you should be focused on is, what are you doing in life that gives you a feeling of satisfaction? What sort of hobbies or interests do you need to make more time for? What are the things in life that will bring you that satisfaction? That's what you work for. You work to live. You don't live to work. So the next time people ask you, what are you doing in life? You could say, oh, well, I just went to the plant nursery last weekend and I got some new plants, and I've been setting up a room in my house, it's really great. I just love the vibes in there. Just been doing some decorating at home. Or, oh yeah, I went and I volunteered up at the animal shelter and I was walking some of the shelter dogs. Or I'm working on a painting, actually. I've been, getting back into doing art, and I've been, trying to spend more time, on my creative ventures. Those are the types of things, like when people ask you what you're doing in life and you tell them those things, they actually get kind of jealous. Because what are they doing in life? They go to work, and then they go home and they eat dinner and they watch TV, and then they go to sleep, and then they wake up, and then they go to work, and then they come home and then they eat dinner and they watch TV, and then they go to sleep. So when people ask you what you're doing in life, tell them about your passions, tell them about your interests. You don't need to tell them about your vocation. There's nothing wrong with working at a grocery store or a gas station. We need grocery stores and gas stations, and we need people to work those jobs. So we can't make people feel ashamed for working jobs that we need. You're a valued member of society, and there's nothing wrong with that. So the next time somebody asks you what are you doing in life, tell them about all your hobbies, all your dreams, all your goals, and I can guarantee that they might get jealous. Hi, Papa. I wanted to take the time to write how much both you and Casey inspire me to go out and do the things that I love and want to do. Well, thank you. Thank you. You're very welcome. Watching the streams over the years and how both of you grow individually yet together is so beautiful. I feel optimistic and eager for what I could possibly do to even get close to how you both operate daily. To me, it seems like you both live your lives, no holding back, and I long for that type of relationship with myself, too. How are you able to start doing the things you actually want in life and following through? Like, do you have a calendar and plan all the things you want to do for each day or the week? Or are you spontaneous and go with the flow? To answer that question, it's both. Casey has a calendar and plans the things that she wants to do every day, and I go with the flow. It's a nice balance. It's a nice balance. My motto in life, well, I guess it would just be one of my mottos. I probably have a million different mottos, but one of my mottos is I just try to go with the flow. You know, life goes best when you just roll with it rather than trying to swim against the current. I know what works for you might not work for me. However, I am curious of other ideas or suggestions. I have such a hard time pushing myself to do things I actually want or need in life. One of my biggest struggles I'm trying to tackle. Alrighty, I got you. Also, hey everybody, how's it going? Hey Pringle Man, hey B Wayne, how's it going? Alright, I got you. Alright. Listen closely. You need to make time every day for self-care. Even if it's just going outside for a few minutes and just breathing some fresh air, looking at the trees, watching the birds, the squirrels, sniffing the flowers, taking a bath. But self-care is more than just that. Self-care is doing your dishes. Self-care is cleaning your bedroom. Self-care is doing your laundry. Because when you do these things, you are reminding yourself that I am worthy of these things. And so what you're trying to do within yourself is reinforce the belief that you are someone in your life that is deserving of your own love and attention and care. Hear me out for a second. If you feel like you're having a hard time pushing yourself to do the things that you actually want or need to do in life, you might be pushing too hard. You might be overthinking it. Because sometimes that's what we do in life is we push too hard. Kind of like in meditation, when you're trying to just like clear your mind. You're like, all right, gotta sit down, gotta focus. All right, think nothing. It's like, no, you're pushing too hard. Just. Is that my real hair? This is a wig. Hard when everybody around you is stalking and Overwatch you, LOL. I do almost nothing and they're still flying over the apartment with helicopters. And you think they're watching you? Are you, like, perhaps near a hospital? Maybe those are medical flights. Or maybe they're traffic helicopters. Maybe you just live on their flight path. What are the odds of that versus the odds of they're here to watch little old me do nothing? Do you know how much it costs to operate a helicopter? It's a big time investment and money investment. And you know what? If they are watching you, you might as well put on a show. Whenever it comes to feeling like you're being watched by someone, I like to defer to the guidance of rapper 2 Chainz. I'm gonna be fresh as hell if the feds are watching. All right. Going back to our question. You're having a hard time pushing yourself to do the things that you want to do or need to do. This could be because you're overthinking them. You are thinking about every single thing that you need to do in order to get that done. I want you to reel it in a little bit. I want you to just focus on that next step. So figure out something that you want to do or you need to do. What is the first step in making that happen? Sometimes it's just putting your shoes on. Sometimes it's just walking out your front door. Trust in your own ability to figure things out when you get there, and worry less about needing to have every single detail figured out before you begin. Trust in your own intuition. Trust in your instincts. So what are some things that you want to do? It is through doing these things that they become easier to do, because it reinforces the belief within you that you are deserving of those things. You know, stick around. We're actually going to go through a presentation today. We're going to talk about why change is hard. We're going to do the why change is hard presentation later. So you might learn a thing or two from this, because change is hard, and not just negative change, but positive change can also be a struggle. And we'll talk about why. But we're going to do that here in a little bit. Most of my depressing thoughts happen when I have time to sit and do nothing at home, right? We call that rumination. We suffer more in our imagination than we do in reality. Do you ever find yourself sitting there having an imaginary argument with someone who isn't there? Like maybe it's a person that you don't like, or a person from your past, or, you're just rehearsing an argument in your mind. You ever catch yourself doing that? Think about the implications of that. If you are rehearsing conflict in your mind, that is preparing you for conflict, which means that you expect conflict to happen when conflict might not happen. So if you catch yourself doing that, politely redirect your thoughts in a different direction. I don't need to rehearse this debate. I will probably, I'll catch myself doing it. I'm like, what would I talk about if I were to run into like one of these like online grifters? Like, what would I do if I had to have a debate with this person? You know, I'm like, but wait, I'm never gonna meet this person. I'm never gonna talk to them. So why am I rehearsing it? Why am I preparing for conflict? This is just making me anticipate conflict. I do that a lot, fantasize about arguments. All right. When you catch yourself doing that, just give yourself one of these. Just give yourself a gentle little bonk and say, ah, ah, ah. What would I rather be thinking about instead? Because this is what anxiety does when we let it go unchecked. It prepares for future dangers, future conflicts, future problems to help us feel more prepared to face them. But in reality, they may never happen. So give that anxiety a new job. Ask yourself what could go right instead of what could go wrong. Convert it into excitement. I try and remind myself I'm not going to have any energy to deal with the problem when it arises if I have anxiety about every potential future issue instead of the ones that actually manifest. Worry never robs tomorrow of its sorrow, it only saps today of its strength. You can't get your worrying away ahead of time. You can't worry in advance for a future problem. If that problem does actually come to be, those emotions are still going to be there and they're not going to be any lessened. And so worrying about things ahead of time doesn't really help us. I think the mustache is kind of growing on me, if I'm being honest. Mustache? I mean, it is literally growing on me. It is growing on my face. Well, no, questioner, before I move on to the next one, I just want to say there are still days where it's difficult. There are still days where it is a challenge. And that might never go away. But it does get easier. You just have to continue to invest in yourself. And then you'll see the payoff. You'll see the reward. You'll start to see the benefit. So, my homework for you, I'm going to give you some homework. What is something that you can do today? Maybe it's an act of self-care. Maybe you get a new nice smelling soap and you take a nice shower, or you tidy up your room a little bit. Maybe you do some reorganizing. Maybe you do a little bit of laundry. Stuff that you've been putting off. Stuff that you've been meaning to get around to. Stuff that's been on your back burner. And just think about the feeling of satisfaction and relief that you'll get after you do that thing. I like to view doing chores as me giving a gift to myself. Because I find that, giving gifts is one of my love languages. And so if I reframe doing the dishes as not doing the dishes, it is I am giving myself the gift of an empty sink because an empty sink brings me joy. I am giving myself the gift of clean clothing. I'm giving myself the gift of a clean room. Every time I put on lotion now, I do it with the intention I'm doing this because I love myself. Thank you, Papa, for me starting that ritual. I'm glad you do that. That's really cool. I actually started doing that myself. Like, I had this patch of like dry skin above my eyes, and some days I would just like ignore it or let it go or not pay attention to it. But then I started regularly like putting like creams and ointments and lotions and shit on. And every time I would do it, I was like, this is self-care. This is self-love. This is me communicating love to myself. Period. With how common it is nowadays, how do I force myself to enjoy social drinking or events with friends/loved ones? I don't think it's a manner. I don't think it's actually forcing yourself to enjoy it, because enjoyment isn't really something that you can do at gunpoint. You can't really force yourself to do it. Like if you're standing in front of an arcade machine and I'm like, play Mortal Kombat. Have fun. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. What I find helpful is to look at the people that I care about and see, are they having fun? Are they enjoying themselves? Because I care about them and I love them, and it matters to me that they are having a good time. And so because they are having a good time, I am having a good time. Because I like to see the people that I love and care about having fun and having a good time. And if they're having fun, I'm having fun. I find joy in other people's happiness. If you can learn how to be happy for other people and to celebrate their happiness with them, you'll experience so much more happiness in your life. Because joy is like a giant pizza. It's best when you have somebody to share it with. It's like a birthday cake. You don't want to eat the whole thing yourself. You want people to share it with. I'm still working on seeing self-care as productive. Haven't been doing as much as I'd like, but you're doing more than you did, and that's what matters. Remember, joy of pursuit, not pursuit of joy. Celebrate your successes. Celebrate that progress. I feel like I have to sneeze, but I'm not sure if it's actually going to manifest as a sneeze, so I'm just... Yeah, I have that, like, awkward feeling inside your nose when it's like you... I get so triggered from unsolicited advice that now I either have to give a disclaimer of, I am not looking for advice, or not even share anything. Alright, so let me give you some advice. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. But no, seriously, here's what you need to do. I'm joking. I notice how much people give unsolicited advice that has become a trigger for me. This is why people have to go to school to learn how to become a therapist, because if just giving people advice actually helped people, then you wouldn't need therapists. But in reality, most advice goes unlistened to. Alright, here's the thing. We can't control whether or not other people will do things that trigger us. The only power and control that we have is how we respond to things that cause us to feel triggered. And so what might be helpful, and this is kind of me offering advice, is to try to reframe what it is that they are doing. This is them trying to help you in the only way that they know how. And so don't view it as them telling you what to do. View it as them trying to help in their own way. Is it the best way? No, because clearly it triggers you. But it does still show that they are wanting to help and that they do care about you. So I would try to just reframe it. It feels like people are indirectly calling me stupid when they give me that unsolicited advice. I've also noticed that I also share less and less now because the conversations do not end with making me feel better about whatever I shared. Most of the time, I regret sharing, so I am less and less social. I am asking for your advice on this. Is this a symptom of something else? Or do people get dopamine hits when they give unsolicited advice? Thank you for what you do for us. I wouldn't worry so much about whether or not this is a symptom of something else. I would focus on the symptom at hand, which is when people offer me advice, I feel triggered. This isn't them calling you stupid. And in some ways, that might be us projecting our own insecurities onto the other people. And I do this myself. Okay? I've had this happen to me this week. Like, I'll go tell Casey's dad something, and I'll say, hey, I figured out why this thing was happening. And what I'm looking for is him to say, oh, hey, good job, you figured that out, you solved that mystery, good work. But then instead I am met with, you need to do this, you should do this about that. And I'm like, that's not what I'm looking for. And so I find myself getting frustrated. Because I'm just looking for approval, not direction. And so I would just say, I appreciate the advice, but I'm just looking for somebody to listen. You know, because when they give you advice that isn't them trying to make you feel stupid, that's just them trying to help you. By saying, and they're trying to relate to you a lot of the time. A lot of times this is them trying to relate to you. They're trying to say, I had a similar problem and this is what helped me with that problem. It's just that they're not very good at communicating that. And so sometimes you have to read between the lines of what people are actually doing. It's okay to let people know what you need from them. There's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes they might just assume that what you're looking for is advice unless you tell them otherwise. And there's nothing wrong with communicating that. You know, if you're not looking for advice, it's okay to let them know. You're not going to hurt their feelings. And if you do, you can probably, sit down and think about the nature of your relationship with this person if they're so sensitive to take offense to you not wanting advice from them. Like, what do you mean you don't want my advice? I have such great advice. I know everything. This cat is just stretching more and more on my desk, and he's almost pushed my keyboard completely off the desk. Like, he is loafed. He is just stretching. He's so cute. And Atticus is crying in the background. I think he needs to go outside. Oh, Atticus, I'm coming. I'm coming, buddy. All right. So, questioner, since you asked for advice, I feel free to give it. We are responsible for our own triggers. It isn't up to other people to not trigger us. It's up to us to figure out how we want to respond to those triggers. So I would just try to work on reframing the way that you view advice, rather than viewing it as someone trying to call you stupid, which probably isn't what they're trying to do, if we're being real. That probably isn't what they're trying to do. They're probably just trying to help in the only way that they know how. And so I would just try to view it that way. This is them trying to help me because they care about me and they want me to be happy and they don't want me to deal with the problem that I'm dealing with. They want me to feel better. But if you're just looking to be heard, if you're just looking to be understood, it's okay to let them know. All right, this dog is whining. He is squeaking back here. He is squeaking back here. All right, so give me a minute. We've got some more questions lined up in the box, and we're going to get right back to those. Let me just take a quick break. I'm going to go let this dog outside. Also, one more thing. Just a public service announcement. If you ever feel compelled to give someone else advice, ask them first. Ask them if they are looking for advice before you give them unsolicited advice. Would you like some advice on how to handle this situation? That's okay to do. All right. I will be right back. I will be right back. Watch this cat camera. I gotta go let this dog outside. He sounds like a squeaky, rusty wheel. Atticus, can you actually hear how annoying you are? Like, some of the noises you make, I'm just like, how do you even do it? You sound like a rusty old ship. Alright, I'm back. It was a quick break. It was a quick break. I just had to let the dog outside. Took my jacket off because I was starting to get a little sweaty. Be honest, do you like the mustache? I never saw myself as a mustache guy, but I don't know, I kind of like it. Also, I've noticed I need some sort of facial hair, otherwise I look like a baby. Like, if I'm completely clean shaven, I look like I'm 15. You know, can't complain about. Can't complain about. Oh. Alright, we got more questions in the box, so let's keep it going. Still gonna try to get to that presentation if we get through all these questions. If not, we will do the presentation tomorrow. I've had horrible experiences dating and making friends. I'm ugly. That's a fact, not a self-esteem thing. And I keep trying to be okay with it. I know I'm more than my face, but society is not helping. Besides comments, looks, pointing, and disgusted faces, I've also never had a good experience with men, of course. I ended up isolating myself for years until I finally accepted a date with an Instagram acquaintance, and he stopped talking to me even though we texted a lot. And now I'm triggered all over again, and I can't make myself leave the house. I just don't know what to do or how to make myself not care. At this point, I know I'll never find love, but I'm afraid of dying alone. How to deal with that? How can I stop caring about stupid things like this? Alright. I don't think that it's really about not caring. You do want to care for yourself. And I feel like that is something that people can see in you. People are attracted to people who appear confident, people who care for themselves. I feel like anybody can be a 7. That's what Hassan says, that everybody could be a 7. Because here's the thing, no matter what shape or size or color you are somebody's type. No matter what you look like, somebody's into it. Hassan is a 7? Well, where does that put me? Like, what are my chances? 4. Oh, in English? Either way, actually. I think either spelling is acceptable. So you don't like the mustache, is what you're saying? That's too bad. That's too bad. Alright. Here's the thing. It's not about stopping caring. It's not about making yourself not care. That's not the solution. What you do want to do is start caring about yourself more. You know, how do you carry yourself? What's your posture like? Can people perceive confidence in how you carry yourself. When people look at you, do they see this is somebody who cares about themselves? Because that matters more than what you actually look like. Confidence is one of the most attractive things you can wear. You need to reinforce the belief that you are somebody who is worthy of your own love and affection and care. And that will attract people to you. So focus less on seeking and focus more on attracting. We need to build up that self-confidence. So what are some changes you can make to feel more confident about yourself? Because here's the thing, looks are temporary. Looks are only skin deep. You want to find someone who wants to be with you because of who you are, not because of what you look like. You need to remind yourself that you are somebody who is worthy of going out there. You don't need to isolate. You don't need to lock yourself away. Hygiene, gym, diet, sleep. QWERTY's got it. I know it's hard, but sometimes it takes letting go of that person that you need validation from so that you can validate yourself. A lot of socially accepted attractive people are some of the most insecure people I know. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. Good answer. If this was Family Feud, I would clap and say, good answer. One of the things that I like to tell people is if you're looking for someone to be with, become that person. Become the type of person that you would want to be with. Someone who doesn't care about physical appearance, someone who takes good care of themselves, someone who is confident, someone who has interests and hobbies, someone who doesn't feel the need to isolate and hide away. So it's not about stopping caring, it's about changing what it is that you care about. Because you're always going to care. We just need to show ourselves a healthy form of self-care. Also, I would bet that you are possibly being a little too hard on yourself. Can you please let Sabi know that the question she's hesitating to submit is not a waste of time, please? I already put it in. Oh. Well, I didn't feel it. It's a joke. It's a joke. I'm joking. I'm joking. I have an online friend. I've told him about how I'm upset that I feel so lonely since I have no friends IRL. He then says, "Hey, you have me. I'm your friend." And I answer, "Yes, I'm grateful to have you, but I'm still lonely because having a friend IRL feels different. You get to do stuff with them, see their expressions and stuff." I tell him I'm still glad I have him and that it would be so much better if we were friends IRL. But he takes it to heart the fact that he, as an online friend, isn't the same to me as an IRL friend. This is true. Like, online friendships are valid. You know, a lot of my long-term friends, they've been friends that have been, for 20 plus years now. They've been friends that I met online. There's nothing wrong with that. But also, you are correct in that there's nothing that can really replace that feeling you get when you actually are in the same room as somebody that you care about. So I see where you're coming from, but I can also see how he might feel insecure by this, by feeling like he's not a good enough friend. You know? I still view him as a friend, but I know that you shouldn't live life through the phone, so in my head I'm like, yeah, we are friends, but this isn't real life. It's a real person, and you're a real person, so it is real. I feel like I'm not entirely in the wrong for feeling like this, but how do I get how but I get how it could hurt him, but I still say I want a friend IRL to feel less lonely even though he's right there. He for sure is my friend and I appreciate him, but it's not wrong for me to want a friend IRL also, right? No, not at all. Not at all. I've had online friends before. We were part of a bigger group of online friends until it broke up. I did feel better having an online friend, but can it really replace the feeling of having someone present there with you? No, not really. Not really. It's like it's different when you're in the same space as someone physically. It's like there's literally like a chemical exchange happening. There's Hold on. Let me show you something. Did you know that your heart creates an electromagnetic field? Did you know that the heart creates an electromagnetic field that actually extends a few feet outside of your body? This isn't woo-woo, this is actual science. Your heart produces an electromagnetic field and it sort of forms a bubble around you. And so when you're in close proximity with someone else, it's like you pick up on the energy that they are putting out in the same way that they pick up on the energy that you are putting out. And when you're just talking to someone online, you don't have that because they're not in your sphere. Kind of cool, huh? Isn't that kind of cool? The heart is 100,000 times stronger electrically and up to 5,000 times stronger magnetically than the brain. Not to mention pheromones, that too. Like, there's a chemical exchange going on. Like, you are secreting pheromones into the air, and they are interacting chemically with the other people who are near you. So yeah, there really is no replacement for having somebody that you care about in the same space as you, because you can feel that energy. It's all around them, just like it's all around you. I get his perspective, but I also get mine, so what to do? He doesn't want to talk to me, even though I said I still see him as a friend, but he doesn't like that I view online friendships a bit differently than IRL ones. I think that he probably was just being sensitive about what you had to say, because in looking at this from his perspective, he might have viewed this as you saying, "You're not a good enough friend." Now, that was probably not what you were trying to tell him. But that is how he interpreted it. Because you told him, "I need a good friend." And he interpreted that as, "I must not be a good enough friend." I would be willing to bet that he probably primarily only has online friendships as well, which is why he took this the way that he did. But no, I would say this. You're both right in your own way. Which is why you said you get his perspective, but you also get yours. There's no replacement for being in the same space as someone else. There just isn't. You need to be there. You need to be breathing the same air. You need to let your electromagnetic fields overlap. You need to exchange pheromones. Our bodies communicate with other humans in so many other different ways outside of speech. There's an entire chemical and energetical exchange happening when we're in the same room as someone else. So here's the thing. I feel like you can mend things with this online friend. I would just, he's probably dealing with his own insecurities. I would just let him know, "Hey, I care about you. You're my friend. But if you want to make friends in real life, you gotta go find them. You gotta go out there and find them." So this could mean joining a club, going to hobby shops, going to places where people who are interested in things that you are interested hang out, doing volunteer work. There are many different places where you can go out and make new friends. Sometimes even just going out and being friendly with other people can help us to feel less lonely. What I would recommend is this. When you go out, treat everyone you meet as if they are already your friend. That's my favorite technique in making friends. Treat everyone you meet as if they are already your friend. So just go out and be friendly to people. And it'll help you to find that feeling that you're looking for. Thank you for being my friend. Traveled down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant. And if you threw a party and invited everyone you knew, then you would see the biggest gift would be from me. And the card attached would say, "Thank you for being a friend." One of the best pieces of advice I ever got was, if you want to make friends, try being friendly. The policewoman called me in for an interview tomorrow to review some of the very graphic evidence found in my husband's phone. I've mentioned that I have kept avoiding it, but she made sure to remind me that they could take it to court, and I would be legally obliged to testify if either party calls on me. I know that I did not want to do it, but now I feel like I'm basically being told I have no choice, which is kind of fucked up. I have to sit with these people and watch the videos he made of him sexually assaulting me. I have to sit in court knowing that everyone who reviewed the evidence will have seen it too. The further this is pushed, I feel worse. I don't know what to tell anyone about anything. The pressure is too much. I'm not mentally capable of going through this. I think this might just break me. I think you're stronger than you know. I feel like you're stronger than you know. And you just might surprise yourself. And this is really hard, and this is really stressful, and I'm really sorry that you have to go through this. But I just want to let you know that someone who has done so many terrible things to you does not deserve your protection. Someone who has shown you time and time again just how little they think about you. I feel just like I did when I tried to end it in March. And you survived that. And you made it through that moment where you felt like you weren't able to cope. Do you want some of my energy? Take my energy. Take it. It's yours. Honestly, I feel like this man deserves to rot for everything he's done to you. And even that is going too easy on him. It's hard to feel proud about surviving a suicide attempt. That won't stop me from being proud of you. Whether or not you feel proud at this point in time does not stop me from being proud of you. You might not see and appreciate your strength, but I do, and I feel it. You only helped me to keep torturing me. How long do you want that to go on for? It's unfair. I agree with you. I agree, it is unfair. What can we do to be more fair to ourselves? Stop enabling this abuse, to see that justice is served. Like, this man has done absolutely nothing to deserve your protection and your loyalty. I don't want to lie, I don't want to tell the truth. Why can't they leave me the fuck alone? I hear you. You are someone who is worthy of your own care, compassion, and protection, and I want you to do your best to protect yourself. And if that means telling the truth and getting your story out there, you will get through it. You've survived 100% of your worst days so far. You can make it through this too. think there's an important aspect to speaking your truth because it allows you to, begin healing. You're not invalidating your own experience, as painful as it might be. Like, you'll get through this and you'll be able to start healing. I don't know what else to say other than we care about you and that we want to see you happy and healthy and loved. There's just a part of me that worries that if he gets away with this, it's only going to get worse because it's going to show him, well, I got away with all of those other terrible, horrible things I did, so I guess I can just do even worse things. That is what I'm worried about. And I feel terribly for you, and I wish that you didn't have to go through all of these terrible things. I hope you don't mean that. It would break my heart. So you have to go in tomorrow. Would you want to talk more about it with me tomorrow? Be happy to talk with you more about it once you go through it. But I believe in you. You got this, and I know that you're stronger than you think you are. And we're here for you. We need a group hug. I need a group hug. Sorry for bringing down the mood. You're not exempt. You're not exempt. Thank you for being brave enough to talk about it. Thank you for being brave enough to, no need to apologize. If you want to talk to us tomorrow about what happened and how it went, we're here for you. We can help you get through that. I analyze every interaction I have to death. For example, if I had the slightest awkward interaction or feel like I said the wrong thing, I will analyze it and try to determine whether it was really that bad and try to change the framing and make it seem less bad in my mind. It's gotten so bad that the smallest thing can ruin my whole day, even my whole week. I have social anxiety. And always feel inferior to other people. The bad part is it wasn't always this way. But I think I changed after the pandemic, and my poor sleep schedule and events in my life has made me more anxious. I used to do just fine with social interaction, even bad ones, but I ruminate about my mess-ups and failures and keep trying to change the framing in my mind, but it never does help, and I feel like I cannot stop ruminating or analyzing things. This is anxiety for sure. So let's talk about it. Let's try to take a step back from it. Let's try to take a step back. Instead of viewing these events from a first-person perspective, I want you to take a step back and just view yourself as a person. View yourself like you are looking at a stranger. Just try to put things into perspective. What we're dealing with here is overthinking. You mentioned the bad part is that it wasn't always this way. I don't view that as the bad part. I actually view that as a good thing. Because if it wasn't always this way, then it doesn't need to be this way forever. Just as things have changed to get you to where you are now, things can change to get you to a different place. Here's what might be helpful. This is what I find helpful when it comes to overthinking and, obsessing about our little mistakes or the times we misspeak. Go somewhere in public, somewhere where you can just hang out and just watch people. Where you can hear people as they talk, as they interact with each other, as they go about their daily lives, and just pay attention to how many times people misspeak, how many times people trip up over their words, how many times people make small little mistakes, and watch them as they bounce back from those mistakes. One of the things that I found helpful in over-analyzing myself, because that's how I'm going to label this. I'm going to view this as you are over-analyzing yourself. And so we need to zoom out a little bit. We're a little too dialed in. There's only so much to learn from our mistakes. And so, what do we do in these moments when we catch ourselves overthinking? I find it's helpful to just pause and acknowledge that that's what we're doing. I'm overthinking. And then give yourself some suggestions as to what you could be thinking about instead. Instead of focusing on what went wrong in an interaction, it's also okay to look at what went right in an interaction. When we become too focused on our mistakes, they occupy our attention and they become very inflated. When we're too zoomed in, they appear very big. When the truth is this, everybody misspeaks, everybody makes mistakes, everybody has awkward moments. And so it's not about not making them, because that's part of being human. What it's about is, how do you bounce back from it? You know what I find to be most helpful? Learn to laugh about it. If I say the wrong thing, I chuckle. If I do something awkward, I say, "Ooh, that was awkward." There's a physiological and psychological power in laughter. And if we can learn to laugh at ourselves, we'll never run out of things to laugh about. Most of the things you fixate on, the other people probably didn't notice or already forgot about. Exactly. They've got their own head full of their own stuff going on. They're wondering about, oh, yeah, I need to go to the grocery store. I need to pick up a couple of things so that I can make dinner. And then after that, I can't wait to watch the newest episode of that show I've been keeping up with. Oh, and I gotta make sure I return those packages to Amazon. I can't forget that. I gotta get them sent off, and I gotta get to the post office before they close. In reality, people don't have that much time or energy to pay attention to all of the mistakes that we make because they're too busy focused on their own lives and their own mistakes. The next time you find yourself focused on something like this, try to view it not as something that happened to you. View it as something that happened to your best friend. Someone that you really care about. How would you want them to respond to it? How would you want them to handle it? What would you recommend that they do? I would recommend finding some helpful things that you can use to distract yourself when you find yourself overthinking, whether it be exercise, creative activities, calling somebody on the phone and talking to them. There's a lot of different things you can do to redirect your thinking when you find yourself overthinking. And overthinking is never helpful. What would Brian Boitano do? That's a good question. What would Papa B do? I found it helpful in dealing with social anxiety to remind myself that everyone has some amount of social anxiety. No one is completely devoid of social anxiety. And you know why? Because we can't read each other's minds. And because we can't actually know what it is that the other person is really thinking, there's always going to be at least a little bit of social anxiety. Because you just don't know. You just don't know what they're thinking. They can tell you what they're thinking. But you're not doing the thinking, so you don't actually know. So I would recommend this. If you find yourself overthinking and ruminating, try to pivot. There's only so much reframing that you can do. And sometimes what we need to do is stop and redirect ourselves. We need to start sending our thoughts in a different direction. If I'm going to continuously ask myself what went wrong or looking at what went wrong, don't we also owe it to ourselves to look back at what went right? So make a pact with yourself. Make a pact with yourself. If you're going to ask yourself what went wrong or what was wrong about that, you owe it to yourself to also take a look at what went well, what worked. Because that's equally important. We need to study both our successes and our defeats. That's how we learn the most in life. Also, don't forget to breathe. If you really find yourself caught up in your anxiety and your thinking, put yourself into your body. Focus on your breathing. Focus on your physical senses. All right, chat. Chat, it's social anxiety practice time. Can I have everybody in chat say hi? Everybody who can type a message in chat right now, if you have the means to do so, I just want you to say hi. Hey everybody, how's it going? All right, one more thing before I go on to the next question. Being this level of self-aware is actually a strength, and once you train your brain, you'll find that life is actually much more enjoyable and much more satisfying. It's just that your level of self-awareness is just is pointed a little bit in the wrong direction. Your awareness is a gift. We just need to point it in the right direction so that it helps us instead of hurts us. All right, we got 6 hellos in the chat, so I'm assuming everyone else is driving and you can't type right now. That's fine. Maybe you're a shweep. That's a good one. How do I stop self-destructive behavior? Everything I built up over the years, I destroyed within one day. I keep getting stuck into this cycle and don't know how to get out of this. This is a good question. There's a part of me that believes that self-destruction is it's like a part of human nature. It's like we like building skyscrapers, but we also like blowing them up just to see what happens. How do we stop self-destructive behavior? I would take some time to just think about how you view yourself. Do you view yourself as someone who is worthy and deserving of the things that you have worked for? Because I think the real work that you need to do is in here. Are you deserving of your own self-care? Are you deserving of your own self-love? Are you deserving of the joy that you have worked so hard to build? Because I feel like this is why we self-destruct. Because on some level we feel like we don't deserve the things that we have. One of the most helpful things to do if you do find yourself engaging in self-destructive behavior is to learn to identify what those behaviors are, and also to learn to recognize the early signs of these types of behaviors. I read something a while back and it really kind of blew my mind, and I'd like to share it with you. The way that we communicate love, our love language, the inverse of that is how we self-destruct. The way that we self-destruct is by depriving ourselves of the ability to communicate and receive love appropriately. We cut ourselves off from love because we feel as if we are undeserving of that love. Do you feel like you deserve that love? Do you feel like you deserve that joy? If we knock things down, then we rebuild. I feel like we've all been there at points in our time, points in our life. I don't think I've ever met anybody who wasn't self-destructive in some type of way. And so what's really important is to just reflect on that. To recognize the patterns that we're in, to recognize the true nature of those behaviors, and to really understand why we engage in those behaviors in the first place. And for most people, what it comes down to is they feel that they are undeserving of love, they are undeserving of joy, and they are undeserving of success. And so if we want to break the cycle of self-destruction, we have to change that view on ourselves. We have to teach ourselves that we are deserving and worthy of all of those things. Hello. Is there any way to go about passions, in my case, art and competitive gaming, without feeling like everything I do is a race against the clock? Whenever I fall short of my own goals or expectations in the moment, I get really angry with myself because I've long conditioned myself into believing that I don't have much time left, that the state of the world is getting worse and worse, so I need to get all my goals done now so I can feel fulfilled before facing the fear that it's all going down. How can I calm myself down and reframe so I can do what I love without tying it all to this kind of impossible dread? Hey. We're all living on borrowed time. So how much of that time do you want to spend worrying? Time spent doing what you love is not time wasted. Missus. Hey, Ash, welcome back. It's been a while. How you doing? Good to see you again. The way I try to view it is like this, questioner. When you're at an amusement park and you're on the ride, the roller coaster or whatever it may be, are you worried that the ride will end? Or are you enjoying the ride while you're on it? Eventually things will end. None of us are immortal. And so we gotta enjoy the time we got. What I find to be helpful is to treat every day like it's my last day. Because for all I know, it could be. For all I know, it could be. I might go to sleep and just not wake up. Who knows? Could happen. I'm not saying it probably will, but it is possible. So, how can I calm myself down and reframe so I can do what I love without... Okay. I'm going to give you some actionable tips, alright? I'm going to give you some actionable tips. First off, breathing. Take a nice deep breath. soon as I pressed enter, I got hit with it. Yep. Are we stuck behind an ad? Are we stuck behind an ad? I can wait. I can stall for a minute. Look at this. We'll take a cat break. How about that? Look at this sleepy kitty. He's been sleeping on my desk since I started my stream. He's been sleeping here for the past 3 hours. Look at that big floofy tail. Just look at the size of him. You haven't been here for a while, Ash. He's probably gotten way bigger since the last time you've seen him. He's huge. You're back? Alright, the ads are over. Okay. You're free. You're free. Alright. So in those moments when you start to notice those feelings, I want you to try to view it like this. This is how we're going to reframe it. Ah, an opportunity to practice, an opportunity to grow, an opportunity to learn. Whenever you find yourself feeling that anxiety, view it as an opportunity. Like, all right, this is a chance to practice how I handle this, and this is a good thing. I wouldn't be able to practice it unless it happened. I wouldn't be able to improve it unless I experienced it. So first off, let's take a nice, refreshing breath. Positive self-talk. I want you to talk to yourself. I want you to tell yourself, I'm going to enjoy this. I'm going to have fun. If you find yourself enjoying the moment that you're in, if you find yourself having fun, remind yourself, tell yourself that. I like this. I'm having a good time. I'm having fun. Here's what also might be helpful. If you absolutely have to have existential dread, which I feel like we all do from time to time, you know, the world is what it is, there's only so much you can do by worrying about it, right? So I try to make some time for it, maybe schedule it. Like, how long do I need to worry about the world? I'll give myself some time later. I'll worry about this later. So yeah, I feel like what you're dealing with is super fixable. And the next time you feel that type of anxiety, I don't want you to get frustrated or angry with yourself. I want you to try to reframe it and look at it as, okay, this is an opportunity for me to practice handling my anxiety. I can't practice handling my anxiety unless I actually feel anxiety. And I feel that that's a really powerful way to change the way that you view your anxiety. Is to view it as practice, to view it as an exercise. Like, oh yeah, I'm trying to work on my anxiety and I can't do that unless I actually feel it. You can only do so much to work on it when you're not actually feeling it. You kind of have to do it live. The brain is also super suggestible. So telling yourself, I'm gonna enjoy this. I'm gonna have fun doing this. Can actually help you to feel that way. So I think you got this. I think you got this. And I think you'll be able to do something about this in less time than you may think. This is the type of thing that you might be able to really start to notice some positive changes in as little as a couple weeks. 6 months from now, you might have a totally different perspective on your anxiety. When you sit with the feeling, a lot of times it will lessen in intensity. It makes it easier to acknowledge it and not fight it. Absolutely. I want you to try to view anxiety as an unwelcome house guest. Imagine you are sitting in a house within your mind, and anxiety is something that comes to the door and just starts pounding at the door. It's demanding that you let it in. You can try to pretend it's not there, you can wait for it to go away, but it doesn't really work that way. It'll stop pounding on the door, but then it'll walk around and it'll start tapping on a window. Or it'll start trying to jimmy the lock on the back door. What you want to do is you want to invite it in. And say, "Hi, what can I do for you?" And it's saying, "I need to feel anxious right now because of this." I'm like, "Okay, well, what can I do about that?" Like, "Well, nothing really." Like, "Okay." Just let yourself sit with that feeling. Just try to be a gracious host. And what you realize is that anxiety feels like a wolf, but in reality, it's a chihuahua. It just creates a wolf-sized shadow. Also, take the word impossible out of your vocabulary. We don't need impossible, we don't need never, we don't need any of these definitive statements about our own ability to heal. Alright? So try to let those words go. They're not really helping us. Don't want to derail the conversation, but what is the correct capitalization for the Mamma Mia emote? Alright, I'm gonna blow your mind. Okay? Check this out. In Twitch, if you do this, if you do a colon, you type a little colon, and then you start typing the emote, whether it's capitalized or not, it'll pop up the emote. Say it's all lowercase, Mamma Mia, one word. But if I were to do all caps, it still brings it up. Hopefully I just blew somebody's mind. Hopefully I just blew somebody's mind. Mamma Mia. Okay, so I need someone to have a quick rant. Hey, you're in the right place. Ranting time. I need somewhere to have a quick rant about this girl, so you have to deal with that now. Alright. And deal with it I shall. She is amazing. She's exactly my type, and she's so sweet and pretty, and her laugh gives me butterflies, which is ironic because she loves butterflies. I haven't known her for that long, like 3-ish months, and she's my friend's friend. She lives 2 hours away, and we keep talking about what we do if we meet, and I just, She's my first girl crush. I'm a lesbian. She's 3 years older than me. Let's give it up for the lesbians. It's the lesbian renaissance. That's what I've been told. It's a lesbian renaissance. I heard this from a lesbian. The biggest problem is that the friend that introduced me to her, who has a boyfriend, kinda likes her. I believe people can like multiple people at once, though. That is true. That is true. Her name is AJ. Ah, alright. Sorry about my rant, I just can't stop talking to her and thinking about her. Sorry? No sorries. No sorries. Alright, here's the thing. Here's the thing. What I would say is the most important thing to take away from this is your ability to feel these types of feelings. Because these types of feelings that you're experiencing, although they've been brought about by this person, they aren't unique to that person. Does that make sense? This is just the first person that you've met that gave you those feelings. You know, there's almost 8 billion people in the world, so you gotta remember that, you know, there's... You gotta remember that. If you feel the time is right, let her know how you feel. Nothing wrong with that. If things don't go perfectly, that's okay. It's an opportunity for learning, and it's an opportunity for growth. The most important thing is that you can feel these feelings within you. That is the most important thing. And so whether or not it actually comes to fruition, whether or not it actually works out with this person, that is secondary. The most important thing to celebrate here is your ability to feel these feelings, and so enjoy them. Enjoy them. If things go well and they, you know, are able to bloom, wonderful. If things don't, then maybe it wasn't meant to happen. But what's most important is you have the capacity to feel love in your heart, and that is beautiful. You're happier? I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear that you're happier. You know, and that's something that you've probably been working on. You know, I'm happy to hear that. Your hard work is paying off. Your hard work is paying off. All right. Presentation? We still up for a presentation? Who's up for a presentation? Eh? I told you we'd go through this, so let's do it. Beavis, you're so cute. I just can't. Look at this. He's just so cute. So fluffy. He's been sleeping at my desk for like almost 4 hours now. He's just been zonked out. All right, are we down for the presentation? If you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the box. We'll get back to the question box after the presentation. We're going to go through one of our old slideshows today. This one is Why Change is Hard. One of the things that you've probably noticed in life is that change is hard. Difficult or challenging or stressful changes can be especially challenging and especially hard. But sometimes even changes for the good are hard. So why is that? Why is it hard to make changes even though they're good for you? You ever wonder about that? You ever wonder? I don't have any coffee in my cup. I might have to go get some more coffee before I jump into this. Hopefully there's coffee in the coffee pot. I don't feel like making coffee, but I'm assuming there's going to be some coffee in the pot. Presentation. Get your presentation snacks. Give me just a second. Give me just a second. I'm going to go see if there's some coffee before I dive in. Pretend I'm here. Well, there wasn't coffee, so we're just gonna have to do it live. I didn't feel like making you wait until I actually brewed coffee, so we're just gonna do it live. Alright, why change is hard? Let's talk about it. Why isn't my... Is it because he's... Oh. Beavis has his head on my keyboard and it won't let me use my... What did you push? Oh, he pushed the scroll lock key and it made my arrow keys not work. Get your head off my keyboard. Look at this. Look at this. He's just occupying so much of my desk. My keyboard is literally hanging off my desk here. Like normally I'll hit the arrow key to move through the slides, but he hit the button that like stops the arrow keys from working. Human behavior is a complicated thing. Sorry, Beavis is just looking up at me. He's waking up from his nap and he wanted me to give him a kiss. Hey, sleepyhead. He's snoozing. He's snoozing. Human behavior is a complicated thing. And this poses a lot of challenges, a wide variety of challenges when it comes to making changes in our life. Something that everybody has to deal with are thought biases and cognitive processes that hinder our ability to embrace change. And so, part of it is we have these sort of internal biases that exist within all people, such as like a negativity bias, a recency bias. There are other biases, but I'm not going to get into all of them at the moment. As well as the way that our brain actually works, the way that our brain is structured, the way that our brain rewires itself. These also affect our ability to embrace change. And so we're going to talk about them today so that we can understand better why making changes is difficult. These types of biases can vary in intensity depending on the individual and their experiences. Some people have an easier time embracing change, and for other people it's more of a challenge. So just take a moment to think about how learning more and gaining more awareness about these factors can empower us to navigate change more effectively. By learning how our brain works, by learning how our brain has bias, it can make making change easier. But not only that, but the changes that we do make can be more profound and more effective. All right, so let's talk about these thought biases real quick. We ordered a drone today, and it said it was going to get here today. So I was checking my order real quick. I just wanted to see if it was close. Because it says it's supposed to arrive by 6, and it's 5. I just don't want my drone sitting out on the front porch. I want to go pick it up when it gets here. Alright, so let's talk about the thought biases that we have that make change difficult. There are many different types of thought biases. And the thing to remember is that thought biases are common and that most people are affected by them to some extent. Alright? So I don't want you to feel like having thought biases means that there's a problem with your brain or that there's something wrong with you. These are just bugs. These are bugs in the human operating system. You know, we're running Monkey OS, and it needs it could use a patch. It could use some updates. One common bias is known as confirmation bias. And what confirmation bias is we seek out information that confirms our existing beliefs, while simultaneously disregarding information that goes against our existing beliefs. Okay? So if you believe that the earth is flat, and you go online and you are reading about the earth, you're going to seek out information from people who also believe that the earth is flat. And when you see people talking about how the earth isn't flat, you're going to disregard that information. The brain likes to confirm that which it already believes to be true. Confirmation bias makes it hard to change our minds. So let's take a moment and just think. How does confirmation bias influence our perception of change? And how does it contribute to the resistance to new ideas and new perspectives? If you believe negative things about yourself, how would confirmation bias play into that? If you believe negative things about yourself, I'll never get better, I'll never make friends, I'll never find someone, I'll never get over this. How would confirmation bias play into that? You're going to seek out information that agrees with that belief, and you're also going to disregard information that goes against that belief. So if you have negative beliefs about yourself, you're going to see things that agree with that, and you're going to say, see, I was right. And then you'll also see things that go against it, and you're going to say, nah, that couldn't be true. That couldn't be true. Like maybe you have a friend who says, hey, I think you're really great. I really like you as a friend. And you're like, I'm not so sure. I don't think that I'm that great. Just think about how becoming more aware of your thought biases can help you to approach change with a more open and objective mindset. Consider that you could be wrong about yourself. You might not be the person that you think you are, and that can be a good thing. So be open to new information. Be open to changing your beliefs, especially when it comes to ourself. A belief is just a thought that we choose to keep thinking. Let's talk about cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance is another term for an internal conflict with ourselves. It's possible to have two different beliefs at the same time inside of our mind. Cognitive dissonance is also that discomfort that we experience when our beliefs or our attitudes are in conflict with our actions. For example, you might believe that people should be kind and giving and patient and compassionate, but sometimes you might struggle with being those things, and it creates a feeling of discomfort within you. Your beliefs and your actions are not in sync. An example of this would be people who smoke cigarettes. They realize that smoking is bad, but they will minimize or downplay the health effects And they will also rationalize their behaviors by saying, well, I can quit whenever I wanted to. I can quit at any time. So that's just one example. We often will do things that we know are harmful to us, but we will rationalize them and say, well, it's a holiday. Well, it's the weekend. Like, well, it's been a while since I've done it. Cognitive dissonance is something that often arises during times of change. Because during those times of change, we're often confronting these types of conflicting thoughts and emotions. For example, if you are learning how to practice more self-love, but somewhere within you, you believe that maybe you aren't deserving of self-love, it can create a feeling of discomfort within you. Like on one end, I know that I should love myself, but on the other end, I have a hard time doing it. We want to make sure that our beliefs are in line with our desired changes. If we want to be more celebratory of ourselves, if we want to love ourselves more, we need to embrace beliefs that are in line with our actions. All right? Here we go. Here's another one. Another reason why change can be so difficult. It is the fear of the unknown. Ooh. 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 Fear is a powerful contributor of our resistance to change. In particular, fear of the unknown. Uncertainty triggers anxiety and apprehension, and it can make change feel overwhelming, even if it's positive change, even if it's good change. The fact that it is different, the fact that it is unknown, is inherently frightening to us. Atticus is whining at the door? I thought he was outside. I thought I let him out. Why is he outside my door squeaking at me? Dog, he makes the sound of squeaky, rusty metal. I don't know how he does it. It's baffling to me. I don't know how a living creature can make such an inorganic noise. He sounds like a rusty old ship. He sounds like a squeaky hinge. I guess I'll have to let him in. Let's let him in. Trying to convince you to like Hufflepuffs? There's nothing wrong with a Hufflepuff. Cedric Diggory was a Hufflepuff. They're boring. Why? Why? Like, why? There's nothing wrong with being down to earth. There's nothing wrong with being a good friend and a supportive person. Fear of the unknown. Fear of the unknown can make it really difficult to make changes in your life, even if they are positive changes. It can be hard to embrace a new mindset, even if it is one that better serves you, simply because it is different. They're all about peace and friendly and stuff. Would it change your mind about Hufflepuffs if I told you that I feel like a Hufflepuff? Would that change your mind? There's nothing wrong with being peaceful and friendly. In fact, I think we need people like that in the world. If everybody just was all about conflict and winning and being competitive, Let's take a moment. Let's reflect on some old fears. What are some old fears that you no longer have? And what helped you to overcome those fears? Is this fear a fear of stepping outside your comfort zone too? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But you gotta remember, the only way that you can expand your comfort zone is to step outside of it. You cannot expand your comfort zone from within your comfort zone. So what in the past has helped you to overcome fears? What sort of things? What sort of new ways of thinking? I would like you to consider how reframing uncertainty as an opportunity for growth and exploration can help to mitigate the fear and resistance towards change that we have. The unknown can be scary, but it can also be exciting. Because new opportunities, new possibilities, you don't know what's out there. There could be great stuff out there. It doesn't all have to be scary. Also, don't forget that reframing your thoughts is something that gets easier with practice. Are there any thoughts that you could reframe today? Maybe, you mentioned the idea of a comfort zone, so I'm going to use that as an example. Reframing your idea of what your comfort zone is. Maybe you have the belief that I can't step out of my comfort zone because that is scary. Maybe reframing that thought and viewing it as an opportunity for growth and exploration. If I want to expand my comfort zone, I must step outside of it. If I want to find more comfort in life, I have to push through some discomfort. I feel like most of my fears you got through with perseverance and reflection after and realizing it wasn't that bad. We suffer more in imagination than we do in reality. Period. So just give this some thought, alright? Just give this some thought. If you feel like sharing or you feel like talking about it in here, even better. But I just want you to be open to it and mindful of it. What are some thoughts that you've been carrying around that could use some new perspective? A little bit of reframing. Because today is a great day to start changing those thoughts. The best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time to plant a tree is today. Let's talk about habits and routines. Think about how your habits and your routines have so much power in how they shape your behavior and your mindset. A lot of times it's difficult to change our behavior and change our mindset because of the habits and routines that we have. Have you considered that perhaps things such as self-doubt, social anxiety, rumination might simply be a part of your routine? They might simply be a habit. Think about how we can change these habits. You just got back from the store, you got 2 packs of the 3% Juul instead of 5%. You're gonna start with this before you stop completely. There you go. You're weaning yourself off. You know what really helped me stop vaping? I started viewing it as a pacifier. I started viewing it as a pacifier, and oh boy. I just hated feeling so much anxiety about a cheap piece of plastic that was poisoning me. Feeling anxiety about where is it? I need it. I hated it. I hated that it had so much control over me, and I needed to take that power back. Quitting vaping was what really got me into practicing my breath work more. Think about how your entrenched habits, the habits that are really in like the stuff that you've been doing for a long time, like maybe if you've been reinforcing your anxiety, maybe you've been reinforcing your social anxiety or, other types of habits or thoughts, when they are really ingrained, when we've been thinking them for a long time, they can become more resistant to change. Even if we desire that change, long-standing beliefs and behaviors can be challenging to change. Generally speaking, the longer you've been doing something, the harder it is to change that behavior. Because the more you engage in that behavior, the more reinforced it becomes. What's important to remember that is by believing that change is possible, we can actually make change more likely to occur. Just ask yourself this: how much does it help me if I don't believe that I can get better? Or if I believe that I will never change? Does believing that you will never change help you change, or does it make it harder for you to change? But actually believing that change is possible goes a long way in helping that change to actually occur. Because it opens you up to new avenues of thinking, and it allows you to break away from those old reinforced habits and start to engage and reinforce new habits. It's kind of hard to turn if you don't believe in left or right. You only believe in forward. So there are a lot of strategies out there that can help you to break your habitual patterns, and that can also help you to create new, healthier routines to support your desired changes. When it comes to breaking a habit, what is essential is finding something new to replace that old habit. You have to fill that space. You have to find something that you can use to redirect that mental pathway. This is why so many people develop new addictions as they quit an old addiction. You know, maybe you're freeing yourself from one type of addiction, but then you become addicted to candy or gambling or, you know, any number of things. Let's talk about social influence and external pressures. This is another aspect of why change is hard. Social norms and peer pressure. These both influence our willingness to change. What will people think about me? Or maybe I have friends who all drink. And if I were to quit drinking, it would be really difficult because they all want me to drink with them. And so sometimes it's hard to change because of forces that exist outside of us. It isn't all just in here, it's also out here why it can be difficult to change. The expectations of society and the opinions of others impact our ability to make decisions and influence our behaviors. This This is a very self-reflective type of presentation. When I put this presentation together, I'm remembering now, I put it together in such a way that it's like, it's meant to get you to think. I'm not here to tell you what to do so much in this presentation. This is here to get you to think more about, why is it difficult for me to make changes? And just start thinking about it in a different way. What we want to think about is our autonomy. And how can we become more assertive? What can we do to free ourselves from this external pressure so that we can make changes that better align with our values and our goals? Let's talk about overcoming resistance. How do we overcome this resistance to change? Alright, first off, understand this. Resistance to change is a natural part of the process, and it does not indicate a failure on your part. The fact that change is not easy does not mean that you are a failure or that there is something wrong with you. It is a natural thing, and it is a part of the process. Because here's the thing. You want me to really spill? I'm really gonna spill. I'm really gonna spill here, okay? Your brain doesn't want me to tell you this information because your brain doesn't want me to give away its true secrets. But this is it. Your brain is a biological organism. And one of the things that is hard-coded into any biological organism, I don't care if it is a tree, I don't care if it is a worm, I don't care if it is a dog, it is hardwired to conserve energy whenever possible, because conservation of energy contributes to your ability to survive. Because if you expend all of your energy, you could perish. And so your brain is wired the same way. Don't waste any energy that I don't have to. And this is part of the reason why changing is difficult, because changing your mind requires an expenditure of energy. And your brain would rather reinforce its existing way of thinking because it doesn't require as much energy as learning a new way to think. Isn't that kind of dumb? Isn't that kind of silly when you think about it? It's like, so you're telling me that my brain has a hard time changing just because it takes more juice than not changing? Yeah. Yeah. Any organic being will follow the path of least resistance. You are made up mostly of water. And we like to do what water does. We follow the path of least resistance. Water doesn't go up the waterfall. I don't change much. You're changing right now, actually. You're actually changing right now as we're talking. As we're talking, there are trillions of cells in your body, and they're all doing their thing in complete darkness, without any input from you whatsoever. Your brain is forming new connections and is breaking old connections. It's just that change happens gradually so that you don't notice that it happens. Think of it like a tree. Let's say you have a tree in your front yard, and you see that tree every day. You might not notice that that tree has grown, and it might take years before you notice, hey, that tree's a lot bigger than it used to be. Oh no, I'm changing. It could be in a good way. You could be getting stronger. That's a change. You could be feeling better about yourself. That's a change. You could be becoming a better friend, a more compassionate person, a friendlier, kinder, more loving person. These are all changes. Even positive changes can feel uncomfortable at first. Think about exercise. Exercise sucks when you're getting started. It feels like shit. It makes you feel tired, it makes you feel sweaty, it makes you feel weak. Even though it's for the good. I want you to take a moment and just reflect on how important it is to have self-compassion and patience as you navigate the challenges of making changes. Penny? Oh, hey, Peter. Casey just put Penny in here. I was like, what was that? You just got Petered. Think about the different ways that you can build resilience, cultivate your self-awareness, and embrace your gradual progress on your journey of personal growth. So we can't stop the fact that we are changing. You are either reinforcing your existing ways of thinking, which is in and of itself a change. Even if you are just strengthening your existing thought pathways, you are reinforcing your old behaviors. That is still technically a change. Even though you are still doing the same things, that is still technically change. You are making those thought pathways stronger. And so recognize that we're all changing gradually, and embrace your ability to determine the direction of that change. All right, to wrap it up, recognize that change is a dynamic and ongoing process. It is one that requires patience, self-awareness, and resilience. Embrace the opportunity to learn and grow through the challenges of change, and know that each step forward is a testament to your strength and courage. commit to approaching change with curiosity, compassion, and a willingness to embrace the full spectrum of human experience. You gotta have a growth mindset. I am becoming who I am meant to be. I think it's interesting, the paradox of the human mind. I've been anxious, the controller position left, and now another position above me is leaving too. It's promotion time. It's promotion time. Promotion time. Potentially, but I don't feel qualified. Well, what qualified the person that had the job before you? Like, what was so different about them? They probably had to learn how to do the job that they did. Oh, he's awake. Or is he? Nope, he's plopping back down. He's just switching positions. The nap continues. How's it going, Pure Chest Lover? Are you feeling better today? You were in a bit of a sour mood the other day. Are you doing okay? You feeling better? Not Cutie Cheeks' imposter syndrome. Not the imposter syndrome. You were trying to help me? Well, can I just be honest? And this is me trying to help you. You really fucking suck at it. Like, you're really, really bad at it. So maybe consider revising your methods. Because they don't fucking work. I mean, really bad. NoFap is just a thing for people who have a hard time thinking beyond their own cock and balls. They think that the answer to life and happiness must be in my shorts. It's just... It's like, come on, really? Surely the problem must be within my pants. Say whatever you want, but you know you need no fap. How do you know? How do you know that I haven't been? How do you know? You don't. You're just assuming. Do you like to think about me jerking it? Because honestly, the fact that you think so much about me doing it kind of kinky. How much time out of your day would you say you spend thinking about other men's genitalia? Okay, I just have to say this. She sent me a drawing of a Hufflepuff and a Slytherin holding hands and said, us. And then I said, I hate you with a heart. And she said, love you too. I'm here to give you a little lesbian happiness. I think that's a beautiful thing. I think that's cute. And I'm happy for you. Leftist is when you crank it, apparently. Alright. Alright. You got me. Well, I need to add an emote just for you. I need to add an emote just for you. So you're telling me that if I did nofap, I would become conservative? Is that why so many conservatives are so miserable? But no, I don't do it. You changed me. I'm a changed man. Why don't you believe me? People that are asexual must be so powerful. Yeah, I met an asexual person once and they lifted a car using only the power of their mind. Pure chess lover, let me just be honest with you. The only reason why I haven't banned you already is because I feel sorry for you and I feel like I could help you. But you just seem really resistant to it, and I'm still on the fence, I'm just not sure. But let me just say, I find you very annoying. I want to see you do well and I want to see you happy, so maybe stop being such a fucking cunt all of the time, and you will have friends. Just a thought. Just give it a try. My professional advice. My therapeutic recommendation. I'm just trying to imagine. I'm just trying to imagine how miserable a person must be to go into a mental health stream and troll the person who's there trying to help people. I'm just like, what a sad and pathetic existence. I'm like, what level of trauma have you endured to make you such a miserable husk of a human being? Like, who hurt you? Was it daddy? Was it dada? And that's why you're up here hating on a guy instead of trolling a woman stream? Tell me your relationship with your dad. What was it like? Did he make you feel weak? Did he make you feel powerless? Did he make you piss your pants? I can't tell if it's a good or a bad thing that I'm so 50-50 with everything, and I mean everything. I took that quiz and got centrist. I'm bisexual as all hell, and I'm indecisive with everything because I really don't know. I don't know because I've likely made a pros and cons list in my mind and they're equal. My boyfriend hates this. I thought about what you said earlier about your relationship and how Casey can organize everything and you go with the flow and it just works, you know? Well, I feel like you and I'm so down for whatever, but my boyfriend just wants an answer. I'm apparently over-considerate because I don't just make decisions based on myself and consider and value other people's time and money. Gah! Alright. I want to introduce you to a very powerful technique. Are you ready? I want to introduce you to a powerful technique. Coin. Coin. And here's what you do. When you have a decision to make, what I want you to do is this. I want you to flip a coin. But it's not about what it lands on. It's not about what it lands on. The secret to the coin flip technique is not what the coin lands on. It is when the coin is in the air, in that moment, that second or two, where the coin is in the air, what do you hope it lands on? It can add just the right amount of pressure to help you make a decision. Do I want Taco Bell or do I want Wendy's? Heads, Taco Bell, tails, Wendy's. You flip the coin. And in that split second, when the coin is in the air, you will know your answer. Like, I hope it's heads. Just try it. Try it and see what works. See if it helps. Because here's the thing. This is something that you can practice. You can practice just going with your instinct and making choices. Because here's the thing. Not every choice you make is going to be a do or die decision. And so we don't need to approach every decision that we make as if it is do or die. The urge to rant about every word she says. I'm trying not to for your guys' sake. It's okay to not overthink. Sometimes we feel like overthinking helps us to understand things better, but in reality, overthinking oftentimes just makes things more confusing and it just muddies the waters. Atticus, I will feed you soon. I will feed you soon. Okay? Don't worry. You will get your food. I'm an overthinker. Well, hey, guess what? Realizing that you are an overthinker is the first step in changing your ways. You can't do anything about your overthinking unless you realize that you're doing it in the first place. Atticus, can you not mess up my green screen? Can you not? Give me 2 seconds. Can you not? Alright. Questioner? Sorry, I got distracted by a squeaky beagle. The coin trick blew my mind for a second. I'm full of it. I'm full of them. I want you to try another technique. I want you to try a technique, and this is one that they actually teach in recovery, and this is called playing out the tape. If you have a choice to make, I want you to think, what would happen if I made choice number 1? What would that be like? What would happen? Where would that get me? If I made choice number 2, what would that be like? And just visualizing and looking ahead and saying, okay, what would things be like if I made this choice or that choice? Because it's not about making a perfect choice, it's about making a choice. To be indecisive and to be a perfectionist is making a choice, and it's making the choice to not do anything except for overthink things. Also, don't forget that perfection is impossible. There's no such thing as perfect. And so sometimes it's better to just do something than it is to try to figure out what is the perfect way to do it. Because realistically, you can probably change or fix things down the line if that choice ended up not being the perfect one. Because sometimes in doing things and making mistakes, you are actually able to learn an even better way of doing it the next time. So sometimes you have to try and fail so that you can become better in the future. The cost of perfection is the time that it takes. So how much time are you willing to dedicate to the thing that you're trying to do? It's kind of like being an artist. Like you're working on a painting, and it's hard to know when to step away and put the brushes down. So you know what? It's done. Like, ooh, but maybe I could change the shading on this a little bit, or, oh, maybe I need to add a little bit more of this color. It's like, Sometimes you need somebody else to come in and be like, hey, that looks really good. That's a great painting, to actually feel like, okay, maybe I am done with it. I had this moment of realization when I was with Casey and we were doing some paintings, and I painted this like psychedelic self-portrait of myself, and I was like, yeah, it's not finished. I still need to add more to it. And she was like, I think it's great the way it is. I was like, okay, yeah, you're right. I think it is done. I don't believe the people. Who are the people? It's important to remember that having a hard time trusting other people stems from a difficulty in trusting ourselves. If we have a hard time trusting ourselves, it's impossible to trust anyone else. Because we at least have to trust our own ability to choose who we trust. I'm really good at this. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'll put that one on the refrigerator. I have a refrigerator. I'm not good at trusting. Can we reframe that? I am working on learning how to trust. That's reframing. Identifying that you're not good at a thing just identifies what it is that you want to work on. Thank you, that one's going on the fridge. You can't be bothered to fix it though? Not today. It can't be done in a day. You're in the process of fixing it. You don't have to build up all of the energy and all of the capacity to change it all right here, right now, and no one's asking you to do that, and no one's expecting that of you. As long as you identify that it is something that you are in the process of changing, and it is something that you are working on, give yourself the time you need to grow. If you plant an apple seed, it's going to be a little while before you get to eat another apple. Actually, that might not be a good example, because if you plant an apple seed, you get a totally different plant. Because apples are actually grown from splices of the existing tree, because apples are extreme heterozygotes. You get what I'm saying, though. I brought the wrong brand of caramel coffee, so now I'm sad. Or you could be happy that you learned that this is a brand of caramel coffee that you don't like and you know not to buy it again next time, and you learned something. So celebrate your own ability to learn. We'll celebrate it for you if you want. Do you want us to throw you up a little party? Let's have a little party. You learned something. Let's turn this into a win. You learned what type of coffee you don't like, and there was the only way you were able to figure that out was by trying it and seeing if you liked it. One of the most important things you can do in life is to learn how to embrace your own growth. Your failures, your mistakes, these are opportunities to learn and to grow. To expect yourself to be perfect is not the way. Because nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect. It's true. Nobody's perfect. Alright, we're just about wrapped up for today. I can't believe this cat has been sleeping on my desk for 5 hours. Look at that stretch. That's a powerful stretch. Oh my god, he's kicking my keyboard off. Beavis, come on, dude. My keyboard is hanging off the side of my desk now. Dude. He's been asleep up here for 5 hours. Some of us probably didn't even get 5 hours of sleep last night. He got 5 hours of sleep on my desk while I was streaming. Chat, be honest. Was I too mean? Was I too mean to Pure Chess Lover? Was I too mean? I started talking shit, and then they shut up, and then they stopped talking. I'm afraid I was too mean. Maybe a little. Nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect. I mean, I am kind of flattered, if anything. I mean, some random stranger on the internet is over here thinking about my family jewels. You could be thinking about anything in the world, and you're thinking about me. Thank you. You have a feeling they have some bad experiences with men because they're much nicer to me. Well, yeah, because if they were mean to you, I would have banned them. I wouldn't tolerate it. Like, you can come in here and be mean to me all you want, but if you come in here and you're mean to my moderator, I will obliterate you. Here's the thing, it's free to be nice. We hit the buffet goal. Oh! Ho, ho, ho! Dip Chip, thank you for the prime.
A celebration to last throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate your party with you. Come on now. Celebration. Let's all celebrate. a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on. It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate. There's a party going on right here. A dedication to last throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate and party with you. Come on now. Celebration. Let's all celebrate and have a good time. Yeah, yeah. Celebration. We gon' celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to you. What's your pleasure? Everyone around the world, come on. It's a celebration. It's a celebration.
You love that Winnie the Pooh emote? I also love it, which is why we're all getting it. That's why we're all getting it. We've all got it now.
Celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. Baby, we're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate.
Yeah, the way that I fit in with this crowd, like, I'd fit right in.
Celebrate good times, come on. Celebrate good times, come on. It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on. Come on and celebrate tonight. 'Cause everything's gonna be alright. Let's celebrate. Celebrate good times, come on.
In a few hours or so. How late is the buffet open? How late is the buffet open? What are their hours? Also, we don't want to go too late, because if there's anything that I've learned, it's that you don't want to go to a buffet when they're in the process of closing. I learned that the hard way. Wait, it's Friday? Okay, wait, no, it's Thursday. They're open until 9:30. So if we get there by like 8, we're good. Good rule for any restaurant too. That is true. Like normally my rule for going to a restaurant is if I'm getting there and it's their final hour of being open, I find a different restaurant. If it's like if they close at 9 and I get there at 8, like that's my cutoff. Like if it's 8:15, I'm not going in. I'll find a different place to eat. Hey man, constantly reminding myself to be happy has been working. When they say happiness is a choice, it's true. Like, because there's plenty of stuff out in the world that could just make you miserable. So sometimes you just have to choose happiness. You just have to say, you know what? The world sucks, but I'm going to do me. And I'm going to try to enjoy it. I'm looking at the website for this buffet, and one of the things that they have is that they use no MSG. Why wouldn't you use MSG? MSG isn't bad for you. It's a myth that MSG is bad for you. MSG stands for make shit good. Damn advertisements. Oh, that's fine. I'm just talking about the buffet. Uncle Roger would be pissed. I know. I know. I love Uncle Roger. Yeah, MSG is fine for you. And honestly, one of the reasons why MSG was like vilified was because of like anti-Asian like racial pressures. Like part of the reason why MSG was so vilified was because of racism. MSG is dope. I like MSG. It's I want to find some pictures of this buffet. Actually, we're probably going to stream it so you'll be able to see it. So they not only have, all sorts of different types of food, but they have an entire sushi buffet. They've got sushi chefs back there who are hand rolling all of this sushi. And then they also have one of those places where you can like pick out all of your ingredients. They got like the raw meat and all the vegetables and stuff, and you can have them like cook it for you on the, what do they call those? It's kind of like a Mongolian grill. Yeah, like a Mongolian barbecue. Teppanyaki. Okay. Seems like a nice buffet place. People come from all around the metro area to go to this buffet. We used to, like, before I lived in town, we used to travel out here just to go to this buffet because it's that good. You're excited for the field trip? Me too, honestly. Honestly, me too. It makes me want to celebrate. I still have the biggest pool on my block. Well, it's good to know that somebody hasn't built a bigger pool yet. But here's the thing, Mom Bali, is that even if somebody on your block got a bigger pool, it doesn't matter. Because you still have your pool, and that's what matters. And if it brings you joy, that's what's more important. Whether you're swimming in an Olympic swimming pool or you're splashing around in one of those little plastic tubs that you can get at Walmart, as long as it brings you joy, that's what matters. It's not about the size of the pool, it's about the size of the joy it gives you. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. Did you all get a chance to see the karaoke yesterday? I was putting my whole ass into it. All those years of choir really paid off, huh? Casey and I have been practicing vocal techniques, and so like you probably noticed like she's gotten better too. Like she's like there's some songs that she does are just like, damn, she's hitting all these notes. And she used to say that she thought she was like tone deaf or something. I'm like, no, you can practice it. You can develop an ear for it. Like, and she's gotten a lot better. I wonder if there's any clips. Let me look. You know when you have friends that seem drunk when they have hyperbursts? Yep. Yeah. You know what's also funny is watching videos of people, and you tell them like, hey, there's alcohol in this, but there's actually not alcohol in it, and then they start to act drunk. That's funny too. It really just speaks to how suggestible our brains are. Oh, Beavis is having a dream. He's doing the Yeah, he was doing the little kicks and he was doing the little thing where you like they grab with their hands. Beavis, it's time to eat. You hungry? Psst, 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 psst. Psst, 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 psst. Psst, 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 psst. I wish I could bring my camera around so you could see his face better. He is out cold. Oh, you missed it. He's doing it. Damn it. As soon as I take the camera away, he starts doing it. Beavis. Hey, Beaver. He's dreaming. He's twitchy. There you go. He's so sleepy. He is out cold. He's been asleep for 5 hours. He's just been sleeping on my desk my entire stream.
Alright, alright.
My voice was so fried by the time that song came around. There was no way in hell I was hitting that high note. There was no way in hell. Wild look. Well, it's because we went to Walmart dressed as the Simpsons.
In Springfield.
This is true.
You know, I actually need to get. What's the Simpsons dog's name? Santa's little. I need to get some treats for Santa's little helper.
Lamali 411 cheered X200. Social anxiety is scared of you guys XX.
Oh, Hadley ho!
There was a guy out there who's like, "Hey, neighbor." I think I'm still stained a little yellow, if I'm being honest. I don't think it's entirely come off. Yeah, there's still a little bit on my arms. Can't believe you missed it. Casey's gonna highlight the VOD, so we'll have it up. We also went into the game shop and asked them if they had a copy of Simpsons Hit and Run. And they said they didn't, but they said the nearby store had one, but it was $60. Yeah, we went to Arby's and we ate inside. That was good.
It's in Springfield. It's in Springfield.
Let's do the hamburger.
Oh, babe. See, what you gotta do, you gotta find somebody who will match your freak. Somebody gonna match my freak.
Somebody gonna match my little asty.
What does isk mean? I have no idea. My brain says I should know, but I don't know. I could be wrong. Because I DK what IDS or ISK stands for. It also could be a typo. It also could be a typo because S and D are right next to each other. So maybe it was supposed to be IDK. And ID know what that stands for. Maybe. Probably. It's probably more likely a typo than some sort of random slang that you've never heard before. You just have to think, what are the chances? What are the chances that this is just a typo versus this being an entirely new acronym that I've never heard of before? Maybe it's a noise type out. It could be an onomatopoeia. All right, everybody. Well, we're going to the buffet, so I need to go mentally prepare. And I need to go feed the dog because he has been complaining at me nonstop for the past hour, so. But I mean, realistically, just look at the keyboard. Look at the keyboard. And see where the S is and see where the D is. They're right next to each other. So I feel like it's probably just a typo. I feel like they meant to type IDK, but they accidentally hit the S instead of the D. It happens. Oh my god, Beavis, you're so cute. Alright, I'm taking a picture. Oh, and now he gets up. Now he wakes up. There we go. Perfect. dude's been asleep for 5.5 hours. Wake up, Beavis. It's time to go to work. He's out cold. Alright, I gotta go feed Atticus before he shits himself. Alright, everybody. I will see you all soon. I'll be with Casey. We'll be going to the Asian buffet. So I'm excited. I need to put on my, well, no, I think I'm fine with what I'm wearing. I was like, I need to put on my sweatpants, but nah, I think I'll manage. And maybe I'll put on some comfy shorts or something. But I'm ready to go pig out. I'm ready to go eat sushi, crab rangoon, fried rice, all of it. All of it. But I'll see you soon. Hey, if you're not on the Discord yet, be sure to check out the Discord. And I will see you all in a little bit. So stay classy. Oh, I don't know this one. I'm sorry, I don't know this dance. I'm just pretending I know the moves. Okay, now we turn. Right. Alright, everybody. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Let's all celebrate and have a good time. Celebration. We gon' celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to you. What's your pleasure? Everyone around the world, come on! It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on. It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate. There's a party going on right here. A dedication to last throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate and party with you. Come on now. Celebration. Let's all celebrate and have a good time. Yeah, yeah. Celebration. We gon' celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to you. What's your pleasure?
Babe, thank you for the raid. Not Erebus accidentally banning Linux, or was it on purpose?
I will not bow down to food.
Ugh.
I will not walk away from the cream.
It's a
Keep
celebration.
there strong. That's exactly what we did. And exactly what we'll continue to do.
Let's celebrate.
Now,
Come
the
on
future
now.
of American policy is up to the American people.
Let's
This
celebrate.
is much more than a political question.
We're gonna
More
have
than
a
that.
good time
It's a
tonight.
national security issue.
Let's celebrate. It's
Don't
alright.
reduce this to the usual testament.
We're gonna have a good time
People
tonight.
talk about issues that mean a
Let's
political
celebrate.
campaign.
It's
Far
alright,
too important.
baby.
It's about
We're gonna
the
have a
world we live
good
in
time tonight.
for decades to come.
Let's celebrate.
Every
It's
American
alright.
must ask herself or himself,
We're gonna have a good time
"Are
tonight.
you safer with NATO?
Let's celebrate.
Are you safer?
It's alright.
Is your family safer?" I believe the American people know. The answer to all those questions is yes. And I believe the American people understand that America's stronger because of all this.
Did he announce he's gonna drop
I
out
believe the
yet?
American consensus from Truman to Reagan to me.
I miss therapy. Sorry, people just came out of therapy today.
must lead the world.
Joshua, will you ask my dad if he wants to go to Chinese buffet soon too? I'm thinking in like an hour.
Three other key issues. Just this morning, we had a great economic
Come
report
on and celebrate
showing inflation is down.
tonight.
Overall,
'Cause everything's gonna be
core inflation is the
alright.
lowest it's been in 3 years. Prices are falling for cars, appliances, and air freight.
So I really was hoping he was going to announce he was going to drop out.
We're going to keep working to take down corporate greed to bring those prices down further. Meanwhile, Trump's calling for a 10% tariff on everything Americans buy, including food from overseas, vegetables, and other necessities. And economists tell us that would cost the average American working family another $2,500 a year. It's a tax of $2,500 a year.
Look at it.
Second, efforts to secure the border, southern border is working. After Trump killed the bipartisan effort to secure the border, Republicans and Democrats have worked on it because he thought it would benefit me and make him a loser. Republicans walked away. So I took executive action last month. As a consequence, working with Mexico.
Yeah, they gave him the spray tan.
Down over 50%. The current level is lower
There's a party going on right here.
today.
A
When Trump
celebration
left office.
to last throughout the years. So
Third,
bring your good times
For months,
and your
the United
laughter
States
too.
has been working
We
to
gon'
secure a ceasefire in
celebrate
Gaza.
your party
Bring
with
the hostages
you. Come
home.
on now.
Create a path for peace and stability in the Middle East.
Let's all celebrate
6 weeks.
and have a good time.
Lies, lies,
I laid out a
lies.
detailed plan
We gon'
In
celebrate and have a good
endorsed
time.
by the UN Security Council.
It's time
G7.
to come together.
That framework is
It's
now
up to
agreed
you.
on by both
What's
Israel
your
and Hamas.
pleasure?
So send my team to the region to hammer out the details. These are difficult, complex issues. There's still gaps to close. We're making progress. The trend is positive. And I'm determined to get this deal done and bring an end to this war, which should end now. Let me conclude where I began. We're the United States of America. We are the indispensable nation.
It's a
Our leadership
celebration.
matters. Our partnerships matter. This
Let's
moment matters.
celebrate.
We must rise
There's a party
meet
going on right here.
that
Opal Stone
take
1022
Stone,
just
oh my
gifted Wooish a sub.
Opal
Stone,
Stone
thank
1022
you.
gifted a tier 1
Warriors,
sub to
Jeff
Wooish.
Mason.
Let's add another color to the Play-Doh. Ah, thank you.
Mr. President, your political
I said
future has hung over.
Opal
Chapel
Stone 1022
Roan.
just gifted Bella
Speaker
Flicka.
Pelosi
sub.
2024.
Opal Stone 1022 gifted a tier 1 sub to Bella Flicka.
George Clooney and a handful
Chapel
of
Roan
lawmakers
for
have
Queen
called on you
of
to
the
step
United
aside.
States.
Reuters is
Stream
reporting tonight that
rise and
UAW
fall of
leadership is
a
concerned about
Midwest
your
Opal Stone
princess.
1022 just gifted
just
Thickrat
endorsed it. Go
underscore
ahead.
a sub. Opal Stone 1022 gifted a
My
tier
question
1
for you is,
sub to
how are you
Thickrat underscore.
incorporating these
Chapel
developments into your
Roan.
decision to stay? And separately, what concerns do you have about Vice President Harris's ability to beat Donald Trump?
Chapel
if she
Roan
were at the top of the
outsold
ticket?
Taylor.
Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be president.
Chapel
start there.
Roan could defeat
one.
Trump.
The fact is that the consideration is that I think I'm the most qualified person to run for president. I beat him once.
Do
And I'll
not
beat him again.
stream Woman's World by
Secondly,
Katy Perry.
The idea, I served in the Senate a long time. The idea that
Twitch.tv/KCTron for
running
more
for office
based takes.
worry about the ticket is not unusual.
Chapel
And I might add,
Roan is
there were at least
queen.
5 presidents running or incumbent presidents who had lower numbers than I have now, later in the campaign.
Nobody's even listening
a
to
long
all
way
of
to
this
go,
word vomit
this
he's
campaign.
saying.
And so I'm just going to keep moving.
Like, nobody cares. Like, it's like people were just tuning in to see if he would finally announce he'd drop out. If you kept climbing, oh my god.